What's up? What's up? I just got on here. You know what? I need to change that damn thumbnail, but it's too late now. Maybe I could change it over here. What's up? Trying to see if I could change that damn thumbnail. But anyway, finally made it home. You know what I'm saying? Let me know if that audio is coming in correct. I had to shut off my computer like 20 times, updating it and everything. Gonna be knocking out some Beefeater martinis. Hold on a second. Let me run in here and grab me a proper glass right quick.
Oh, did you see I got you something?
What's that? No, that's a nice little thing. My wife bought me like a martini, like what is that? A martini glass is insulated. Almost looks like a. Not this one. Hey, listen, this is a long time coming. So what's up, everybody? All that kind of stuff. I'm gonna start sipping on this. Then I'm gonna get into my little story here in a little bit. I have some gourmet blue cheese stuffed olives on the way, but they're not coming till tomorrow. So we're just rocking the regular store-bought ones. This is gonna be so delicious, let me tell you. Well, anyway. It has been a while, too long out there on that road this last time. That is not going to happen again, unless it's some extreme circumstances. All right, let me just read through here right quick, just a little bit. What's up, Jeffrey? Heathens, Rich's River Smokers. Hopefully you're on that upgrade list. You'll be upgrading pretty soon. T. Martin, Leah, representing drivers lineup. Big Dave, Peg Leg. Peg Leg. I was waiting for somebody to give me a call, but I might have missed it, man. I don't think I did, but I could have missed that. Leah, you wish you could join me. I'm pretty sure. Now, I'm not going to go in on the guy that much. I'm just going to tell you what really happened. Just got to Pittston, and of course they take my trailer. What did you go to Pittston for? I mean, unless you actually need to go there, I'd stop at that TA over there. Myra should be in Pittston here pretty soon, picking up a trainee, I'm believing. Will Prime give me a pre-hire letter? I'm not sure. That would be a question for for recruiting. Notice my hair is finally down a little bit. Did you take the student to upgrade? You know, we ended up getting a dinner when we were out in, more like a lunch. We were out in uh, Minnesota. There was a Mexican place across the street from from the Quick Trip or whatever we stayed at. So we just knocked it out then because I knew he probably didn't want to sit around that extra day just to get a dinner in. So we just did that early. So anyway, Victoria, what's up? Aurora, Colorado. Where at in Aurora, Colorado? Let T. Martin answer this question, and then I'll get into my thing. Rates. I haven't seen. I know, but what? Oh, Central. Okay. I graduated from Overland High School, 1987, and right now I live right by Grandview High School. If you know where that's at, kind of way out east, 470 area, Arapahoe. Cooking with CJ. Am I going to do a cooking video? Man, I've been meaning to do that, but this time I am probably going to, my wife is over there checking on some transportation. We were thinking about a motorhome, but it might just be like a Sprinter van or something like that to take a little trip out to San Diego for a week. And I'm not sure, but that channel is damn near dead anyway. I mean, it's still getting some subscribers, but I don't know. I need to bring that channel back to life. So I might come up with something easy on that channel, a brisket, something like that. The No Hippie Jet, those trucks aren't humming like that yet. So anyway, my first trainer, first of all, props to me, you know what I'm saying, for making it this long. I remember when I first got out on my own, somebody had left a comment saying that I was going to be broke and eating ramen noodles. So I haven't even eaten, not sure if I've eaten ramen noodles or not since then, but I'm definitely not broke. So things have been working out for me. Definitely a lot better than I thought. And, if you guys are thinking about coming to Prime, I haven't seen any issue with frequency of loads, anything like that. So if you know somebody that's at Prime and they might be having some issues with either loads or any of that kind of stuff, then I would say look inward, because I definitely am not seeing it. All right. The young man told me he had some unexpected. I need to blow this up bigger because I'm having a hard time reading it. Okay. Might be calling next few days. Hey, listen, no big deal. So anyway, let's go back. So if you go back to my early videos, and I'm not saying everybody go back, but all right, Daniel, man, this is the easiest job you'll ever have, Daniel. Get out of that cubicle and come on over. So I'm going to stop reading comments here so I don't get distracted as I kind of go into this story. But back in the days, before I actually even went to Prime, I did a video and I said, you know what? I'm going to need to put myself in a different mind frame to where I feel like almost like going into boot camp. Like I felt like I had to do it. Like there was no other option, because it would be too easy for me just to say, fuck it, I don't need it. And by the way, if you happen to come in on this video, there might be some cussing. So if that offends you, then this probably isn't either the channel or, the video particularly. As a matter of fact, I think my dad one time said, why do you cuss so damn much? Anyway, my dad is one of them corporate type people. But anyway, Uh, so anyway, I had to put myself in that mindset. You know what I'm saying? Because it would be just too easy for me to just say forget it and just bounce. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not like I needed trucking or anything like that. So I went in extremely humble, all that. So I get my CDL. So I failed the first time I took it on the driving test. Dang, looks like some people dropped out of here because the custom was going to be a little much. But passed the exam on my second try. I failed on the road test. I went through, well, they said I went through a yellow light, but it was changing, and it's the same thing I would do today, but I would just probably do it even more aggressively today than I did on that test. So, anyway, passed the test, went down there to the pad. Since I failed, I was like, you know what? Let me just give up some $50 gift cards to all the trainers that were down there for, since I'm sure they're probably going to lose out on something. Plus, they put in the grind, so I might as well help them out. Gave them all gift cards, rented a car, came back to Colorado, and waited for that call from my first trainer. So I'm at home for about 4 days, chilling, getting that free money. At the time was $700 a week, and get a call from a trainer. So trainer calls me. We chit chat a little bit. Everything sounds cool. I'm a man of God and all this stuff, yada, yada, whatever. My stepfather who raised me was a pastor. And one thing I have to say is I had too much damn religion growing up. So that wasn't impressing me. So anyway, I'm a man of God, yada, yada, yada. But then he kind of said some things that were kind of red flags, but I really didn't take them like that. I kind of took them in the positive. You know what? Nobody gets off my truck until they know exactly what they're doing, all this kind of stuff. And I was like, fine, because I'd gone into this and I did a video before I even went into training saying I wanted to do at least 50,000 miles on a trainer's truck. I was in no hurry to get out on my own. I wanted to learn the job, right? So calls me, schedule a time to go, or schedule a time for him to come pick me up. Now, first of all, the Denver yard is right near the Flying J that he wanted me to meet him at. Okay. That Flying J was super crowded, even when I went down there to get picked up. And it's just not, with the Denver yard being an option, it just made no sense for us to go do this at the Flying J. But anyway, that's where we met. No big deal. I didn't even know we had a Denver yard. I'm just looking at this in hindsight. So red flag number 2, I guess you could say, is he said, I'm going to be there at such and such a time. Just meet me up there then. So that was going to be about 8 hours away. So I was like, you know what? About 4 hours go by, and I'm like, hey, man, I can get up there early if you want. And he's like, no, don't come up here now. I'm cleaning the truck. Now, if it takes anywhere near 4 to 8 hours to clean your truck, there's a problem right there. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, didn't really think about that at the time. Just kind of went over my head. Cool, I'll just meet you up there when I meet you up there. So I go meet him at the truck and open up the door, look around, and I am wondering where these 4 to 8 hours went because I didn't see. I saw what I would have thought is being the pre-cleanup stage of the truck, not the finished product. But anyway, I'm just like, okay, whatever. I'm looking at there was enough dust covering everything where you could write your initials in that shit and just, whatever. The bed was all off-white with who knows what kind of stains and stuff was on it. And which, I didn't really think it got worse, but I had noticed when I was in there that there was a prominently displayed piss bottle that was on the floor. And as we go on in this story, we're going to understand that he was saving enough piss like he thought the antidote was in that shit. So anyway, all this stuff is kind of going over my head. I'm really not thinking anything about it. I'm just thinking about getting my miles in and doing all that everyday barbecue. I was just looking at your new grill and all that stuff. No, we didn't get to the bucket part yet. But anyway, so we head out, or we're about to head out. Now, this was going to be the first snowstorm of Colorado, or maybe the last, excuse me. It was going to be the last probably of the year. This was around April 10th, 2020 or 2019. So snow's coming in, right? I haven't driven in no snow, none of that kind of stuff. I came off of the pad in Salt Lake City, so I didn't really have any driving experience other than right around the terminal. And some people could say, you know what, that's a mistake as well. But so I don't have any driving experience, let alone snow. Really don't. Nobody even told me how to go up and down hills with Jake brakes, none of that kind of stuff. So we leave the Denver yard, right? So soon after we're leaving the Denver yard, and it's getting windy too. So soon after we leave the Denver yard, there is a weigh station coming up. I'd never gone through any weigh stations, anything like that. This guy, and the reason I'm pointing back here is I don't give a fuck who I'm driving with. It could be a professional driver. The first day we're riding together, I'm not just going to be that comfortable just go get in the back. You know what I'm saying? So the first thing this guy thought to do was to get me driving the truck and going in the back and laying down. All right, so he's back there laying down. I'm driving, trying to deal with this wind. And, when you're first out there, the wind is not, to me, it felt like a lot of wind. Like nowadays, it feels like every day in Wyoming. But at the time, I'm dealing with that. So anyway, we're coming up to a weigh station. So he had the curtains open. I'll at least give him that credit. Coming up on a weigh station, I didn't know what to do. So I'm like, hey, we're coming up on this weigh station. What are we supposed to do? Jesus Christ, goddamn it. And by the way, I say goddamn it a lot. And he said, as a man of God, he said goddamn it more than I say goddamn it. So anyway, goddamn it, I don't even remember what he told me to do. Just follow the directions. And I don't know what directions to follow. I mean, even now, every weigh station you go through is different. Some drive through at 45 miles an hour. Some drive through at 20. Some you got to stop on the scale. Some you roll through. All this stuff. So you just don't know. And I didn't know. And he gets upset for me asking that question. Right? No big deal. I can deal with anything, for the amount of time I think I'm going to be in training. Keep in mind, I'm still thinking I'm going to do over 30,000 miles. So we didn't really have a load at the time. The fleet manager just told him to deadhead out to Kansas. Now, I don't think he was the smartest in terms of, like, if somebody tells me to deadhead to Kansas, I don't know how far into Kansas we were driving, but I might drive as far down I-70 as it would take for me to either make a choice to go to Liberal, Kansas, or to go to, what's the other place in Kansas that we pick up? You guys that are with Prime, put in the comments below the two places in Kansas, Liberal and whatever it is. I would stop right there so I could make a choice to go whichever one once I get dispatched. No, we drive like 60 miles past where we need to drive. Dodge City, there you go. So we drive 60 miles past where we need to drive once we get the dispatch. But let me rewind a little bit. That's the reason why I want to do this live. So in the meantime, before we even got the load, there was an issue with his truck. All right, no big deal. Go ahead, get it over to the shop. and get it fixed. Well, we're going to end up having to wait like, I think a day or day and a half to get the truck in, but the truck is drivable, so they just make an appointment, go back to the shop the next day. So what he decided to do was go out to eat. All right, love you. So let's go get something to eat. Cool. So we go to this really crappy Mexican restaurant, but that's not his fault. It just happened to be close by, but it was horrible. It was the absolute worst Mexican restaurant I've ever been to in my life. Hey, if you just came in, I haven't, I'm not going to be answering really anything until I kind of at least get halfway through this commentary about my first trainer. So anyway, go to this bad restaurant. Not his fault, but it's a horrible restaurant. Sorry, I had to move the trash cans in. So anyway, we go to this place, and what do? I go ahead and pay for the food, right? So I pay for the food for me and him, and then the next morning when we go get something to eat, I go ahead and pay for the food for both of us again. You know what I'm saying? Trying to start things off on the right foot. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, everything's still going all right. You know, I mean, I'm really not tripping off of the, peeing all over the place, and I could deal with the cleanliness. I mean, I've been in worse situations, so I'm just like, all right, no big deal. So get the truck to the shop, they hurry up and knock it out, and we get our dispatch, which is again like 50, 60 miles the opposite direction of how far we drove into Kansas, but that's just that was just stupidity on his part. Anyway, go out there to go pick it up, and I'm trying to be like the trainees that I have been blessed with. So we get to the shipper. He's hopping out, I'm hopping out. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to just absorb everything, and he's like, what are you getting out of the truck for? And I was like, well, I just want to come in here, and he's like, you know what, the more people there are, the more questions they ask, or I forget how he actually put it, but basically he was saying that possibly them asking for more driver's license, whatever, is going to be an issue. Whatever. Don't think it. Oh, and then he like tries to cover it up, which actually kind of makes sense. But then he's like, I'm just trying to, you just need to learn this other stuff now. Fine. Okay. I actually kind of maybe agree with that. Don't overwhelm. But then it was kind of the way he said it too. You know what I'm saying? And that is another common theme. He was always like acting like he was kind of trying to talk down to a motherfucker. You know what I mean? What the hell is this? Or, kind of like that. Anyway, no big deal. Go in there, do it. And one thing I will tell you, and I didn't notice it at the time, was I don't know if he's technically a solar powered trucker. I was not with him long enough to know, but it always seemed like if there was a choice for me to be driving during the day or during the night, I was going to be picking up that night. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter to me, but it's just something that I noticed in retrospect. So anyway, we get this load, and I'm going to say probably because this whole thing only lasted about 10 days, okay? So it really wasn't that much time. I'm trying to remember back to some of this. So really the first day there really wasn't that big of issues or anything. I thought it was strange that he was trying to like so visibly store his piss everywhere. Like it was like at some point I thought he was going to be trying to put labels on the pee, like trying to sell it. It was just ridiculous. Okay. Like there was the bed, then there was like the floor, and then there'd be pee bottle, pee bottle, pee bottle. And I'm just like, you know what? I can't do it. You know what I'm saying? Or I wouldn't at that point yet. But as things keep going, he was continually talking down to me. I can't get into specific instances, but if I was to ask a question, he would like, no, okay, even not if I was asking questions. If I was taking off too fast, I was taking off too fast, and not necessarily, you know what, with my driver, you know, my most recent one and the ones before that, I might bring it up to him. And I would say something like, when you're on your own, if you plan on going leash, you might want to kind of think about how fast you're taking off from here. Or you might want to think about going directly from your Jake brakes to the gas. You know what I'm saying? You might want to learn to coast a little bit, you know, just stuff like that. I'm not going to be like, you know, basically talking shit to him. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is my first week in a truck. So he's like, you know what? Pull through this fuel island. First time I drove through the fuel island. I didn't know to swing all the way around and come do the little S thing or whatever. You know, so I kind of pull in there and I see I'm about to hit it. And this was not at a busy truck stop. This was like at some off-brand truck stop. And we were only going through the fuel island to leave the place. And there was really nobody fueling. And so I stopped before I hit it. And he's like, "What the hell are you doing?" I said, "Well, I'm trying to go through here, but I'm not going to be able to make it." And he's like, "You know, well, I'm sure you're not going to fucking make it." And I was, you know, at that point, I didn't want to ask what the remedy was, you know, whatever. Still not really tripping out that hard. This is in the first couple of days, you know, whatever. So anyway, we get a load and we're going to be going through West Virginia, Pennsylvania, all that. I'm thinking it was, I don't remember exactly what highway it was. I'm thinking it was like some off-brand stuff along with some major highways. But either way, way too many curves without knowing how to use Jake brakes. And the weather was raining, all this kind of stuff. He'd never even spoke to me about how to use Jake brakes, none of that stuff. So I'm trying to go through all this stuff with, you know, a billion cars behind me. I feel like I'm going 90 miles an hour, but I'm going about 45 miles an hour through all these curves. And he's in the back sleeping. So if you look back at some of my videos, I say that's when I kind of actually quit in the middle of the shift. So I don't know how long I've been driving through this. If you know, Pennsylvania and all them mountains, that stuff lasts forever. You know, you go to like California, Colorado, whatever, you're in the mountains and you're out. It seemed like I was forever dealing with these mountains in West Virginia without any comprehension of how to use Jake brakes, any of that kind of stuff. He's in the back sleeping, or, you know, maybe he wasn't sleeping. I don't know. There are probably times when people that I trained would have thought I was sleeping when I'm really not sleeping, but who knows? What I do in a situation like this is I know if I'm coming up on a bad area, so it could be something like I-40 between Tennessee and North Carolina. What I might do is set my alarm to go off. Okay, we're 200 miles away. I'm gonna set my alarm to go off in so many miles or so many minutes, and I'll be up in the front seat while they deal with this for their first time, or whatever, or going through a major city for their first time, or whatever. This guy was really throwing a motherfucker to the wolves, and in some instances, I agree with that, but driving a truck probably isn't the one where you just want somebody out there learning shit on their own, right? So anyway, I'm doing this drive, and I'm just like, I can't do it. I actually questioned if I could drive a truck that night. So I pull into a rest area, and I'm just telling him, I can't do it. You know what I'm saying? So he said some shit under his breath, talking down to me again, which I'll almost accept that one, because I did kind of bitch out on that. So I pull over and tell him I can't do it. He switches, and he continues to drive. I don't know if he did it on my clock, his clock. I don't care, as long as I wasn't the one doing the driving. Now, one thing that's hard for me to get across in this video is the disrespect that he was talking to me with. And we'll get into kind of what my thoughts were about him down the road. But I'm thinking about this kind of at the time. Now, at this time, I'm starting to think, okay, I'm not going to do 30 or 50,000 miles. I'm not going to stay on this truck. As soon as I get these 30,000 miles done, I'm out. So that's all changed. So for the next few days, I'm dealing with just the natural filth of what's going on. Now, the truck is smelling a little bit. I can't put my finger on exactly what the truck is smelling like, but the truck has a smell that I'm just not used to. So I don't know where this smell's coming from, any of this kind of stuff. So I know that he's pissing all over the place and storing it. You know, I'm not 100% sure what this other stuff is, but we'll get to that later. So anyway, we get to, I wish I could remember this Walmart that we were at. Yeah, and that, T. Martin, the disrespect, you know, so you take somebody. Well, you know, I'm going to get to that. So we get to this Walmart that we go to. Now we're driving, and now it's like really snow. And I forget where exactly we were at, somewhere on the East Coast. It's like sleeting outside. And I'm supposed to be driving us to this Walmart. The only reason that I know you can't show up at a Walmart more than an hour early, for the most part, is from watching YouTube videos. He never said that. He just said drive, follow the GPS, whatever. Now, okay, and along these lines as well, I know now why people might have two different GPSs, but when one says it's out of route and I don't know which one to follow, I'm like getting in fucked up situations, and he's like acting like I'm fucking ignorant, you know, stuff like that. So this is kind of going on during this course of time. And so anyway, just drive to this Walmart. Doesn't tell me anything. So I get to this Walmart, and luckily, this is a Walmart that was near an industrial area. So rather than pull into the Walmart 4 hours early, potentially giving us a service failure, I went ahead and pulled into the industrial area, and then I woke him up and said, hey, and waking him up, that was another thing. 100% of the time I had to wake him up. He was fucking like grouchy as fuck. So I go to wake him up, and he's like, you know, again, what the hell do you need? And I'm like, and some people aren't going to understand this. I'm going to try to say it. But I tried to get with him. You know, I'm not the most, you know, urban sounding person in the world, but I tried to come in with the most non-threatening voice I could possibly have. Well, hey, you know, we got out here a little bit early, and you know, I know we're not supposed to get to walk, you know, I didn't even say that. We're out here a little bit early. You know, our appointment's not till 5 o'clock. It's like 1 o'clock. And then he's like, what the hell? We're not supposed to arrive at a Walmart more than an hour early. And I was like, okay, I understand that. Not because you told me, but because I just knew from watching videos. And he hadn't came out from the back. He's like, well, where the fuck are you? I'm like, well, there's a, you know, industrial area across the street. And it was like the middle of the night. I put the hood up to make it look like we were like broke down in case somebody was asking why we were sitting there. He even got on me on that. That's a boss move right there. Putting the hood down. If you want a cop not to bother you, put your hood down like you actually have an issue. If you don't want anybody to bother you. So anyway, he gets on me about that. So at this point, I'm starting to get a little pissed off. This guy's been talking down to me, you know. And the fact that he's talking down to me didn't have his, I mean, that was part of it, but then who this guy was talking down to me kind of came to the forefront down the road. So anyway, so go to the Walmart, and I wish I could remember the Walmart. It's a very nice Walmart. Put it in the comments below if you know which one I'm talking about. It has a real nice driver lounge. The driver lounge floor is almost like, looks like it's AstroTurf. Big screen TVs, clean restrooms, whole deal. Nicest Walmart out there. What's up, Lenny? Good talk yesterday or day before yesterday, whatever. So, yeah. So anyway, so we're at this nice Walmart, and I didn't know it was a nice Walmart or not a nice Walmart. First Walmart I've been to, right? So one thing I will tell you is I was holding my shit in with Zen-like patience. So I waited till we got to the Walmart, went in there, handled my business. Actually, I think I sat in there and watched some TV. They had the big screen TV, all that stuff. Went in there, watched a little TV, came back out to the truck. Don't think anything of it. Get in the truck. There's a bag on the floor, like a trash bag on the floor. You always have this big old Home Depot bucket, right? So I pick up the bag, put it in this Home Depot bucket, because it was in the passenger seat, and I sit down, and he's in the back doing whatever, and then another thing, before I even get to that. Another thing is this. All right, I'm a minimalist, so sometimes I feel like I'm judging people harshly on this, but he had more shit in this fucking truck. Like, in order for me to, he really wasn't that much of a runner either. So there was, almost every day we were together, we were both kind of sleeping at the same time, whatever. But every time we had to do this, there had to be like this thing where I went and got all this shit out of the front seat, whether it's pots, pans, whatever, and then, moved it from the bunk that I was going to sleep in and put it in the front seat. I mean, there's just shit all over the place on top of being dirty. It was a clusterfuck as well. So that's a different thing. So anyway, sit in the front seat. He's in the back doing what he's doing. And he says, hey, what happened to that bag that was on the floor up there? And I was like, well, I put it in that bucket, whatever. And he's like, oh, good shit. I just took a shit in that, or I just took a shit and that's what's in that bag. And I was like, you've got to be fucking kidding me. I mean, I could see if it was like a emergency situation or something like that, but we are at the best fucking like even now I'd say that there may only be 4, maybe 5 shippers and receivers that are better than this Walmart. Prime isn't worth the headache, man. Listen, I'm doing so well, whatever. I don't need no negative shit on my channel. Listen, do what you got to do. I don't care if Prime's not worth the headache. Go do that, and I don't need it over here. And another thing, a whole nother shit I want to talk about. I'm not even sure I want to get into this. Broke people think that the money they make is what they're going to retire on, okay? Real players know that it doesn't matter if you make $200,000 a year and all that you're doing is saving it. That's not how to become wealthy. Wealth is not made on your fucking income. Anyways, enough about that. So, damn, that shit pisses me off. Let me get back to another. So anyway, took a shit in the bucket, whatever. So, and I know Lenny because we were just talking about this the other day. So anyway, the guy shits in the bucket, tells me he shits in the bucket. At this point, I'm like, fuck this. I'm out of here. Or I'm not out of here. I'm just like, okay. I went from like saying I was going to do 50,000 miles or doing more to I'm just trying to get my 30,000 miles and get the fuck out of here. So I still felt like I could deal with it, but I could either deal with the disrespect or I could deal with them shitting and pissing all over the place, but I couldn't do both. You know what I'm saying? So at that moment is kind of when I made up my mind that I was at least going to say something. I wasn't sure what it was going to lead to, but I was not going to be dealing with this for another, 22,000 or 25,000, however many more miles it was at the time. So anyway, get that load done. Don't really think anything about it. I think we got a load to the terminal after that. Kind of non-eventful, any of that kind of stuff. I don't remember why we had to go to the terminal, but we did go to the terminal, and we go to the terminal, and it's late at night. Goes in there, wants to order a steak. Now, first of all, if I'm looking for a steak, and I'm looking for a good steak, chances are I'm not going to be looking for it at the terminal. Not saying that it can't be done, but I'm not going to be putting the same, I'm not going to be putting the same weight on that being made at the terminal as I would if I was going to Del Frisco's or Morton's or Ruth Chris or something like that. But anyway, guy goes in the middle of the night, orders a steak. They're cooking the steak from frozen because they probably aren't expecting anybody to cook ask for a steak that late at night. Steak takes a long time, and he starts going off on the kitchen staff. So much so that it's embarrassing me. And I mean, this isn't just like a little bit. He's like really going off. And he finally gets his food, and I think I apologize for him. Listen, he's had a hard day. I'm sorry about this, but I try to make up for him. Anyway, or I get my shit and I just leave. Don't sit by him, none of that stuff. And we got a load coming out the next day. So it's about to start getting a little bit better. Let me run in here, get a little bit of ice. Let me get a little bit of ice, and then we'll kind of get to I think we call this the crescendo of it. Give me a minute. Give me just a second. Sorry about the pause. Beefeater gin. Would have gone with some Bombay, but that's a little bit too much alcohol content for me. I've become pretty much a lightweight now that I've been a trucker. Yeah, get you some of this. Dang, Lenny, what'd you delete the comment for? Man, did my trainer put hands on me? Okay, let me try to paint the picture of what my trainer looked like. So my trainer was probably 65, 66 years old. Not that it matters. I'm painting the picture. White dude. He kind of looked to me. The old people in here might know what I'm talking about, but remember Maxwell Smart? You remind me of Maxwell Smart. That's what you remind me of. Oh, and he'd always be coming up with some sly shit too. You know what? I almost forgot about that. You know what? I don't really trip that much off of shit, but some of this, listen, some of this sly racist shit, you know what I'm saying? He'd be like saying some shit like it's a fucking compliment, you know, and this is just, he said something similar to this. I'm just not sure if it came out exactly like this, but this is exactly the gist of it. So, what race are you? I said, I'm just a regular old black guy. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, obviously, there's some other shit in my not so distant past, but not past my grandparents or anything like that. So, and then he goes off and like tries to give me a compliment saying I'm like not like the rest of them or some shit like that. Anyway, that I let him slide on that one just because, he is kind of along that little, he's maybe close to that age range of people that was like, throwing ketchup on my mom in the 60s and shit like that when she was trying to go to school. So I let that slide, you know what I'm saying? If you'd have been 10 years younger, I might have been a little bit different on that one. But anyway, so damn, where did I leave off? So we get the load. So we get the load in the morning. It's probably like 3 a.m. in the morning. And it's the load we're supposed to be picking up in Arkansas. So maybe like 200 some miles away, not that far. Chicken load, whatever. So we get the load and I'm like, all right, cool. Let me run inside, take a piss, because I still haven't got to the point where I'm trying to pee in bottles and all that. I've kind of held that discipline thus far, especially on somebody else's truck. So I decide to get out, and I'm about to go take a piss. And I tell him, all right, I'll be back in a second. I'm about to go take a piss. And he's like, I forgot exactly how he said it, but I'm going to need to break you of that. All you need to do is piss out on the back. You know what I'm saying? Or piss between the truck and the trailer or something. Mind you, we are on Prime's yard. Do what you got to do when you're out there, wherever. But we are on Prime's yard at this point when he's telling me to do this. So I was like, no, I'm not going to do that. So I go inside, take a piss, come back out. We get on the road. I'm thinking that I had to have been. No, see, I don't think he was as overt. Anyway, I don't, that doesn't matter. I'm not even like the type to be going and worrying about that kind of shit. I just try to get my grind on. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, I must have been driving. No, he drove. Anyway, doesn't matter. We get out to the chicken place. Takes a while to get loaded. And this is the day it kind of like blew up. And listen, me telling this story, there's a bunch of disrespectful shit that's kind of along the way that I haven't really mentioned. Hold on, let me check something. So anyway, I'm not much for ordering on this DoorDash and all this shit, but I did it one time. They're giving me like free shit, so I'm trying to do that. Anyway, so we go to this receiver. Now, keep in mind, I've said I'm done with the disrespect, and he's already shit all over the place in a bag. So the next time some shit comes up, I'm gonna fucking like have something to say about it. Now, I didn't say it the first time that it came up, and I felt bad about it. And I was like, you know what? Because then something else happened. I was like, you know what? The next time this shit comes up, I'm going off. So we get to, I think it was in Russellville. It's a Tyson or some chicken place. We get out there. I'm in the driver's seat. The the load's getting loaded. The load finally gets loaded. He's in the back. The guy comes around and says, hey, we got you loaded, but your paperwork's not done yet, but I want to get this other truck in. Can you pull out front or pull up along that curb over there? So this was going to be maybe about 20 feet. Easily do it in under 5 miles an hour. We're just pulling forward, getting out of the way. But as I turn the truck on, obviously, somebody's been loading it, and the trailer brakes were pushed in. It's going to need to air up a little bit. So I turn the key on. It's saying, you need to build up air pressure. The alarm's going off, all that stuff. So what I was taught in Salt Lake City on the pad was, if you need to build up air, you step on the accelerator. That's kind of a myth. Now I know it, so okay, whatever. But I do that, and he's in the back. What the hell are you doing? And I said, oh, shit, this might be my shit right here. Hold on a second. All right, sorry about that. Let me whoo, shit. I just need to get one wing down right quick because I'm hungry as a mother. All right. Sorry about that. I might have told him to cook them a little extra crispy next time. My first trainer's truck was a Peterbilt. No ultra loud. So that ceiling was right there. My second trainer's truck was a Freightliner. So anyway, all right. So pull up around there, and we'll get your paperwork. So I step on the accelerator, thinking that that's going to make the air compressor pump up the trailer faster. Some shit they tell you in Salt Lake City at the time. Whatever. It's not that big of a deal. So he's like, what the hell are you doing? And I was like, well, the guy wants us, again, I'm trying to speak as polite, non-threatening as possible. The guy wanted us to pull up here. So when I was going to pull up there, I said that the air pressure was low. So I was trying to build the air pressure back up and all this kind of stuff. And then he's like, that's the reason I don't like taking people off the yard in Salt Lake City. You guys don't know shit. And he's like going off on this tirade, and this is a little bit more than that. So at this point, I'm like, I've had enough. So I didn't really lay into him yet. I was like, listen, if I'm doing something that you don't fucking like, it's either because I was taught a different way or I don't fucking know any better. I apologize. Here's your salad if you want one. And then if you can, Andrew, could you put them wings on a sheet pan and throw them in the oven, please?
Yep.
They're not quite as done as I'd like them.
Might be a new debit card or something, it feels like.
All right.
Go,
So-
girl, I'll pay it. Mine.
Sorry about this. So I say what I said. Either I was taught different or I don't fucking know any better. That's exactly how I said it. And there's a salad in there. There's a salad. Well, if you shut up. There's a salad here and a salad there. They're two different salads. You could either choose. Jesus fucking Christ. Would you let me say what I gotta say? You could either eat one or the other, or you can have a mix of the two.
All right.
See, I'm looking out for your ass. Anyway, so that's what I say to him. And at this point is when he decides to go off on me. The last student that talked to me like this, no, there was something before that. He kind of went off on me. And he said, fuck, I forgot exactly what it was. But anyway, he went off on me like saying that. And I didn't even direct anything at him at this point. I just said, if I'm doing something not the way you want, I was either taught a different way or I don't fucking know any better. So then he said something smart again. Or maybe that's when he said, that's why I don't like to take people out the yard in Salt Lake City and all this kind of stuff. And I said, you know what? I'm about done with you being fucking disrespectful. This shit's about to end in a heartbeat. And then he said something like, trying to pull the trainer role on me or something like, it's not your choice to say when shit's going to end or when it's not going to end. And that's when I was like, I forgot exactly what I said. I was like, motherfucker, who the fuck do you think you are? And then he was like, because he's an older dude, and he kind of had that like little thing where he was not that I'm not old, because I'm like getting up there. But he's like, oh, you can kind of tell when people like don't know what to say. He's like, the last person or the last student that talked to me like this on the side of the road, or the last student that talked to me like this, I kicked off on the side of the road. And I was like, maybe that's the fucking problem. If you have multiple people that you could say this about, maybe they're not the problem. You're the fucking problem. And I said, and by the way, you could let me off of the fucking truck on the side of the road in fucking Thailand, and I'm gonna be home in fucking 4 days because I'm about that life. I'm not broke like your dumbass is. And then he fucking went off. You know what I'm saying? So he got all upset about me, calling him broke. And at that point, the gloves were off. You know what I'm saying? So he starts going off about all this stuff. And I'm going to call the dispatcher, or I'm going to call, I'm not going to say my dispatcher's name or anything like that, but I'm going to call, so-and-so, and I'm going to get you off the truck. And at this point, I honestly did not care if I was going to be working or if I was going to be getting another trainer, working at Prime, or being another truck driver. None of that mattered. At that point, I didn't give a fuck what happened. So it was like I was in total rebellion mode. I didn't need trucking. I didn't need him. I didn't need none of that shit. So he goes off, calls the fleet manager. Now, if you know me, the people that know me know I know people at Prime. Not like higher up people or anything like that. I know like the ground level people, drivers that have been there years and years, all that kind of stuff, just from fucking either YouTube or more so just kind of talking to them when they came through the terminal, when I was in training, stuff like that. So I'm calling people that I know, boom, right off the bat. Hey, here's what's going on. What should I expect? Not because I really cared, but I just want to know what I was coming up against. So I'm kind of comprehending what's going to happen. all this kind of stuff. I'm just wondering if he's trying to lie about me, anything like that. And the people that know me within Prime know that I'm not the one to be like doing no outlandish shit. You know what I mean? So I'm getting all the information I need, putting the word out there to for those of you guys that are going through Salt Lake City, I was pretty close to Tim, who's now the examiner out there, and a little bit with Tyler. So I called both of those guys and had them put out the word, kind of what's going on. And then just other people that are at kind of within Prime. But like I said, it didn't matter. So he's talking to the dispatcher outside the truck. Comes back in the truck, and he's like trying to act like I'm about to give. I'm not even sure, or you're definitely getting on my truck, and I'm not even sure if you're going to be working with Prime when this is over with. And at this point, I'm already fucking like in the stratosphere. At this point, I'm like, motherfucker, I don't care if I'm working with Prime or not working with Prime. One thing I do know is whether I'm working with Prime or not working with Prime, I'm not going to be sitting here with this dumbass look on my face like you're broke ass. I mean, I was fucking going off. Like, it was like, I had a video of this and I fucking deleted it because I was trying to record all this. So in case it came back on me, and once it wasn't coming back on me, I deleted it. But I was just going off on him, and I felt justified at this point when he's coming in threatening me and all this kind of stuff. So I'd gone off on him. And anyway, so he's made like 3 or 4 calls to the dispatcher, all this kind of stuff. So the dispatcher's like, you know what? Just come drop him off at the yard. Springfield. We're only like 200 some miles away. We'll get the load repowered. And we'll take, because this was going to be we'd already been pre-planned to drop or pick up the load we were on, drop it, then pick up another load and take that. So I guess my dispatcher called him and said, hey man, can you guys just get this other load done? I don't know if he said it was paying a lot of money or what the situation was, but the guy comes to me and I'm already fucking in the stratosphere. I'm already figuring out what I'm going to do, all this kind of stuff. And he says, well, so-and-so wants to know if we can do this load. At this point, I kind of feel like I have the upper hand in a sense that I've already spoke to people around Prime that know me, kind of know what's going on. And I don't think that this guy's going to be able to derail my career. So I'm just like, all right, hey, listen, I can separate personal from business. If it's going to help you out for me to complete this load and then you get me back to the terminal after this, then I'm fine with that. And he's like, help me. I'm not the one that needs the help. I already have a CDL, all this kind of stuff. And he starts going off on me. And I'm like, you dumb motherfucker. I'm sitting here telling you that I'm going to help you do what you got to do. And then you come back. And I was like, you know what, you dumbass, just fucking drop me off at the terminal. So he calls back the fleet manager and he's like trying to blame it on me. He doesn't want to do it, all this kind of stuff. And I was like, in the background, that's not the case. I said I would do it, all this kind of stuff. He's the one not wanting to do it. So anyway, it drops me off at the terminal. Fleet manager tells me to call him the next morning. Now, if you know I'm not even going to mention my fleet manager, but my fleet manager, he's kind of somebody who'll try to kind of test you, to kind of test the waters that you're walking on or whatever. So get dropped off the next day or get dropped off that night, whatever, got dropped off, and I was actually at the Oasis, so that was some good shit. So call the fleet manager the next morning. Fleet manager's like, so what happened? And that's when I was like, he's trying to check me, and that's not going to happen. So I was like, you know what? I'll be down there. We can talk about this in person. So I drive, or I get the shuttle, go down to the terminal, and we're gonna have this conversation face to face because ain't nobody can be trying to pull no bully move on me. So anyway, in the meantime, while this was going on, so we're at the place where the fleet manager is like saying, "Okay, well, just get him back to the terminal." So we're on our way back to the terminal, and he knows that I'm not afraid at this point because I'm in the back making my phone calls, you know, calling different people at Prime, either that can enlighten me of what's going to go on or just kind of letting them, I'm talking to a bunch of people. So he knows I'm not worried about it. So then he comes out of his little shell and he's like, "Hey, man, I'm sorry. I just got a lot of shit going on." And, he's like starting to cry on my shoulder like I'm Oprah and shit like that. And he's like, "I'm just going to tell our fleet manager that you didn't do anything wrong." Like, I'm sitting here worried about it, that I'm going to say that you didn't do anything wrong. It was just not a good choice or not a good personality match and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, I don't really care what you say, so, you know what that little motherfucker did? He didn't even drop me off. He didn't even drop me off at the fucking campus inn. That motherfucker dropped me off at the terminal, and not even at the terminal. He dropped me off way out where the loaded trailers are, and then I had to walk all the way in and then all the way to the other side of the Millennium Building to get on a shuttle. And this was like maybe the last shuttle of the night. Like, it was like super late. And then, so anyway. So I forgot what my point was. God damn it. So I was making all my calls. I guess that's the point. Fleet manager calls, or I call fleet manager next day. He like tries to pull a power move on me. I'm like, "Listen, I'm gonna be down there. We could talk about this shit, And so anyway, go down there, talk to the fleet manager. And so this is what the guy said. "I'm gonna tell him that it's I think I already said that. It's a personality conflict. You didn't do anything wrong, whatever." And I go down and talk to the fleet manager. And I was like, "So what did he say?" And he said, "Well, he said that it was just a personality problem and all this kind of stuff." And I was like, "Well, if he said that, I'm good with that." Because I could have lit him up. I had receipts. I had photos of everything. I had photos of piss everywhere, photos of shit bags, photos of how dirty the shit was, photos, like video of him yelling at me, the video. I had so much shit that I wasn't really worried about it. So anyway, he's like, "All right, well, just go back and chill out at the hotel and we'll get you another trainer." So go sit at the hotel for a couple days, get a call from my second trainer, sounding country as fuck. And, I didn't know at the time he was 24 years old, but he comes to pick me up at the Oasis Hotel. And at this point, I'm like, okay, we're going to have to get into some conversation. So he comes and comes to my room to pick me up. I say, "You know what, let's run down to the Fire and Ice, get something to eat." And we go ahead and talk about everything. Just so happens that Rob Lowe and Steve Wutke were down at the Oasis at this time. And not that matters, but went ahead, spoke about it, got on his truck, and that changed the way I saw trucking altogether. That second trainer, I'm going to tell you, people think that training is about, how much you know and all this kind of stuff. And I'm not saying he didn't know anything. It was just all the stuff that I try to talk about is the stuff that, like, I don't know, we could have I could talk about that in a separate thing, but he was just a young guy in an old body. He had an old soul, but he was, he had a true grinder's mentality. You know what I'm saying? And that was something that I didn't see with my other trainer. My other trainer would get a load and he'd get out his little pad and he'd write all this shit down. And I'm saying a lot of shit. What the name of the customer is, where you pay, all the shit that's on your phone. I've never written that shit down again. All the shit's on the phone. How much the load's paying, how many miles, unload miles, all this stuff. He's writing all this shit down. And then, for what? First of all. Second of all. Anyway, so he's writing all this stuff down. My second trainer, all that time he's wasting writing down that 30 minutes, man, we're like 35 miles down the road. By the time all that shit's written down, everything. You know what I'm saying? So, in hindsight, I don't know what my second trainer got or my first trainer got into this for. I'm going to speculate it was probably for money, and I'm going to think that it wasn't really working out well for him as far as the money goes, because he always felt like he was stressed about the money. And that's one thing I'm going to say. A lot of people get into this to be trainers, and I just spoke with somebody in Salt Lake City whose trainer had a breakdown on their truck, and they're all stressed out about it and saying, listen, it doesn't matter. You should have shit lined up enough when you're a trainer to where, you know what it should feel like being a trainee? I'm going to tell you this right now. If you were a trainee at Prime, and this only goes to lease operators because this shit doesn't happen with company trainers unless they're running under somebody's fleet like myself. And in that case, I handle the shit. But if you're a student or a TNT student at Prime, you should be feeling like the kid in the ghetto that doesn't know that his parents are broke. None of that shit should have fucking affect you. It doesn't matter if the truck breaks down. Doesn't matter if you've got shitty loads. It doesn't matter if you've had to pay for hotel rooms. Listen, you can't have all the upside of being a fucking trainer with none of the downside. You know what I'm saying? So what I see and what I've heard, speaking to the guy I spoke with at Salt Lake City, is if a truck goes down, that's the trainer's responsibility to be handling hotel room, and I'll even give this. If it's two dudes, one hotel room is going to be fine, but it shouldn't be like, we can't stay in the truck because that's not policy and a hotel room needs to get got. I'm even going to say, if you can if you can sleep in the same truck, you can sleep in the same hotel room, but it just can't be you got to handle it on your own. That is some bullshit. Let me read these comments. Some people just love going out of their way to be a hoe I agree. What's the drink of choice? Beefeater gin right there. Why do you think people have issues with JW? What's JW? I don't have issues with him. Johnson's okay. All right, don't be putting it up. I have no idea. That is the man. Listen, if you're talking about our fleet manager, the fleet manager that Johnson's Logic had, Michael. He said, did No Luck Trucking have him as well? Listen, there was never a time that I was on the yard that I had to go through driver lineup to get a load. That fleet manager, and I wish I could rep him right now. That fleet manager, if I asked him, hey, so-and-so, should I go through driver's lineup? Or are you going to get me out of here? He almost acted like I broke the law asking if I should go through driver lineup. That motherfucker would dispatch me off the yard in a heartbeat. All these people acting like, they sit on the yard for 36 hours before they get a load. I'd never had a problem getting off the yard with him as my fleet manager. As a matter of fact, no, I've never had a problem with him, ever. As a matter of fact, he is the I've thought about reasons why I would leave Prime. And there's really only two reasons. If you're with our fleet manager, we have another guy that covers us, and his first name is, or his first name goes by W. If he ever was my fleet manager, I would actually probably leave Prime. And then if anybody ever disrespected the driver in my other truck, then I'd probably leave Prime. Or if that was becoming continuous or something like that, I would probably leave Prime or search for a different dispatcher. But that's not even shit I got to worry about. If anything, while we're talking about this fleet manager, I cannot believe that they had. I knew Johnson's Logic had that fleet manager because we spoke about it. And we spoke about it when we were both solo and then when I was like teaming. And I was like telling him, how are you not, like, I'm like killing it out here. And so I just don't know why that happened. One thing I can say is, and this is something that I'm not 100% sure of, I might have to ask, is that I do feel like my two trucks, so Myra's truck and my truck, get dispatched. I think they have two separate sales departments. So I think that she's more likely to get a pre-plan a little bit quicker than I am. So I don't know if that's a little bit of a difference, maybe. But either way, I'm 100% proactive. I'm on that ass. If I'm pulling into a dock, hey, I pulled into a dock, macro, whatever that is, bump dock call, you know what I'm saying? I'll send a message. If I don't have a load, by the time I get out of here, I'm going to this truck stop, make me available to 0800 tomorrow. As soon as I start saying that shit, them loads are flying over. So let me just say it like this. It's sort of like Kanye blank. If you added a few more letters to it, Kanye West. He's the other dispatcher I'm talking about. Oh, C is good too, but the other guy that covers for him, and I could probably say this without even, Joe Dean. Joe Dean is the man, as a matter of fact. And there's a girl, Jennifer so-and-so, that covers for him every now and then. He's good too. So anyway, James is probably one of the reasons I'm at Prime. If I had some of these other people that people were talking about, maybe I wouldn't be. But, here's what I want to talk about. I think I might get a third truck, and I'm kind of hesitant because one of the problems with getting a third truck is that's one thing I can say about Myra is that she does not. Well, it's one thing I don't like. It's the same thing I don't like about my fleet manager. My fleet manager, you hear all these people that are sending all these little quirky messages to their fleet manager, having all these conversations. My fleet manager is not about that life. You know what I'm saying? He's about like minimal contact, whatever. Myra's just like that as well. But she's low stress. She handles her business, and I don't have to worry about it. What I'm afraid of is getting somebody that I need to put that amount of time into. And I need to like she can't problem, or he or she can't problem solve on their own. That's the reason I'm afraid to do it. I may get one just to have an extra truck almost at some point where I don't even care if somebody else is in the other truck once this other one's paid off. But I would probably want somebody that has little experience, minimum a year, or maybe somebody that has less than a year, but then I train them for 4 months, just how I want stuff done. Not that I'm the best truck driver, just so I know what they know and what they don't know. So I'm not sure about that. Man, Jane. Ooh, anyway, Yeah, it's not a lot of conversation going on. Man, my eyes are. This alcohol is getting to my vision. Yeah. So anyway, another reason is another reason why I may not do it is that it's not as structured as being a company driver with Prime. I'm obviously paying her more than Prime is paying her, but there's other bonuses that I give that may not be that well structured. They may be like, here's a good example of structured bonuses. Okay, I'm going to give you $100 a week for every week that you're out. That's a structured bonus. I'm going to give you another $25 for every drop. So if you have, yeah, it's fine. It's just, if you have a load that's 3 drops, then, that's 3 drops, whatever. But $25 a drop, whatever. Those are structured bonuses. But there's other bonuses where I can look at a load and say, okay, well, you know what? This is a 250-mile load. That load does not make any sense for my driver to do on her end. So $250 or 250 miles, that's not that great of a load. But then I look at it and I'm like, okay, well, it's speculative. Okay, I'll pay you an additional $150, $200 on that load or something like that. That takes trust. That takes more than that's a little bit deeper. So I need to have somebody that would have that same trust, that knows that I'm gonna be taking care of you. And it's hard to find somebody that's gonna be that way. Kaylin, that second truck has been driving for a long ass time. So anyway, that's kind of my thoughts on that. It would take a special person. I've had a few people that have asked about it that I'd consider. But it is, look at some of the stress that some people have that have got brand new people. And that's really not the stress that I'm like trying to get myself into. But like I said, I would take somebody new if they said, I'm willing to train with you or be on your truck just so I can see exactly how you want it done. And I do not micromanage that truck at all. I don't look at shit. I really don't care about it. If it's a load you want to do, if you like it, you don't like it, if you like the shipper, do what you want to do. Don't feel pressured to take a load. Turn down whatever load you want. Come into the terminal whenever you want. Okay. With her, I know she's not going to be tripping coming into the terminal. Take as much time off as you need, whatever. I'm not micromanaging the truck. I'm not sitting here looking at every load being like, that load doesn't make sense. Because you know what? There's a ton of loads that don't make sense. I can think of off the top of my head loads that don't make sense from my standpoint that are great loads for a company driver. There are plenty of loads that I lose money on. If you just look at it and say, okay, well, this load's paying this much or whatever, and then after you get done paying her and the student or whatever and fuel, that's a loss. But there's these other loads that aren't. So I just say, you know what? The money's the money. Just the way I look at it in leasing. The money's the money. It'll wash out in the end. You do what makes you happy. I do not want an unhappy driver. If you don't like going to fucking Queens, New York, don't go to Queens, New York. You have 100% authority to turn down whatever you want to turn down. As far as my fleet manager is concerned, him looking at you is him looking at me. Do what you want to do. That's it. Okay, lease owner like you is a perfect situation for someone not wanting to go full lease. Exactly, Michael. That's what I'm saying. I would say, to be honest with you, and this is not just me because of me, but Myra makes as much as probably more than half of the fleet drivers out there or lease drivers out there. And I'm not saying because I'm so good. I'm saying because she allows that to be that good. She watches that clock. She does all that stuff that allows me to do what I do. So, um, easily. And there's a bonus that I was going to send her today that was so much money that she said, you know what, don't even send all that. The IRS is going to take a lot of that. Just send me half. So I sent half. It was a pretty big bonus. So oh, speaking of the taxes, that is a good benefit. So I'm not thinking about trying to make a whole bunch of money off this truck. As a matter of fact, once this truck is handled, she's definitely, if she's not making money now, she's definitely, because we're going to call this the profit sharing of the next generation of once this truck is paid off. Because, like I said, a happy employee is a profitable employee. Long-term thinking, shit like that. Well, T. Martin, I'm not sure if I'm going to be training anytime soon. Man, me dropping off this last dude, man, listen, that was, and here's the thing about it. I've been so lucky with all of my trainees. I've had the best. The best. I had one guy that got kicked off his first trainer's truck. I had another guy that may have been on the autism spectrum. You know, then I've had this one, and I couldn't say I've been luckier as a trainer than I've been. And even that being said, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to do it anytime soon. I might do it if it's to put somebody in a truck, but that's so far down the line. Excuse me for moving this computer. My eyes are like getting here. But I signed up the roll because they wouldn't. Yeah.
It may not be him.
What are you? Anyway,
I don't think it's him.
forgive these dogs. What?
They heard my phone back because the camera went off.
Frankie, come here. Come here.
You had a delivery. They heard they did hear something.
I should have a delivery there. I didn't think I had another delivery coming in.
I think it might be. Get back.
So anyway, sorry to be eating. Some people call this a mukbang.
Yeah, that's me.
That's yours?
That's me. But it's not hydrating. I'm too excited.
Yep. Coco and Company. Listen, for those of you guys that are into animal videos and shit like that, Coco and Company Maybe it'll help if I give a backstory on that. Coco and Company has these raccoons that play around their backyard, and she's like hand feeding them. Go check out that page if you like cute little videos about animals and shit. But she was not. Me and her weren't always getting along all that well. She kind of came along in that time of trucking when I was trying to, not trucking, the mortgage business, when I was trying to wind it down. You know what I'm saying? Like I'd already done everything I think I needed to do. I was beyond the point where I was thinking that the amount of money you made had anything to do with how much money you're going to be worth. So I really wasn't like focusing on making that much money. And that really didn't work out for her because at that point she was the manager. So we were kind of butting heads. And as time goes on, we spoke, and she was able to understand kind of what my philosophy was and kind of what the owner's philosophy was. And anyway, real deep shit. Go check her out. Coco and Company. Raccoons in her backyard, eating out of her hand, all that shit, good shit. Anyway. Oh, okay. If anybody sees Everyday Barbecue and Cooking, he is one of the channels that I actually went over to his house and met him, stayed a few nights at his house in Rockford, Illinois. Good few days. And he's one of the people that I miss from that barbecue, from the cooking side of YouTube, because that's a totally different situation. Not as, there was negativity over there on that side, but one thing I could say about the cooking side of YouTube is they are about their money. You know what I'm saying? So it's not the same thing as this trucking shit where you have a bunch of negativity for no reason at all. They're out there trying to stack bread, making money, shit like that. So any trucking channels out there that aspire to that, quit all that negative bullshit and get about your grind. Not that I'm trying to do that because I'm fine where I'm at, but it's out there. Turn down 10 fucking emails a day over some dumb shit, and I got a small channel. So anyway, that is the deal. Hold on a second. So I'm going to talk about some training stuff. But I'm starving like Marvin. I'm starving. Sorry. See, some YouTube channels will be paying for this. It's like clicking in, watching people eat, do shit like that. This is a bonus right here. Here's a bonus. For those of you guys still watching. Damn. Where did I get the name No Hippie? You know what?
Sit down.
That name No Hippie, and I've done a video on this for both my channels. I was in the Marine Corps, and there was this and I'm going to say this in the most generous type of way. There was this dumbass dude from Alabama. Complete fucking hick. And I say this out of love almost. He was one of the dumbest people you'd ever know. But he was like he was like one of them. Like if you ever heard somebody, I can't even explain. He was like somebody that would be almost like in the only way I could say it is retarded. Like somebody that's retarded that would like say something that was so genius at certain times that, like, I think autistic, not retarded and autistic is not the same thing, but he wasn't autistic either, but he kind of had that like he would be stupid as fuck, but he would say like the most insightful shit at times. And one of the things he used to always say was, I hope they don't have us out here doing none of this hippie shit today. And then, that really wasn't one of the things he'd say. He'd always say, 90% of no one is acting. So he's one of these people that would be dumb as fuck. That would have 20 people that were like smarter than him following what he was saying. So anyway, he's the one that said, I hope they don't have us doing this hippie shit. So no hippie shit was just something that stuck with me. So when I started my YouTube cooking channel, No Hippie Barbecue, when I started the trucking shit, I decided to bring it over, incorporate that over there. And trust me, it's cost me thousands of subscribers, thousands of views, all that shit, just because people don't understand it and people just judge it on what, So anyway, that's how I came up with No Hippie Trucking and Transportation. Let's see, I'm just down to earth. Me too. Jay, see me at the terminal a couple of times. Next time, man, say hi every time. Shit. I've had like hours. I've had conversations that have lasted hours with people that I've met at the terminal. And that, you know what? It's not a benefit to them. It's a benefit to me if you do it, because it like makes me see stuff from other people's perspective, stuff like that.
That's enough.
Land Shark Transportation, that is my former student. Listen, we had some good times. And I'm going to tell you, no matter how good of a person you think you are, and I'm not saying trainer and whatever, it could be just two people in a truck. The one thing that irritated me the most about anything, it could be my personal, every time we changed drivers, I felt like I was getting in my fucking truck for the first time all over again. I had to get the seats, set up right. It was like, and if you don't understand it, take your truck to a mechanic or your car to a mechanic and then get it back. And it feels like it takes you 35 fucking days to get the shit right.
That's what took me so long to go to the grocery store and get my prescription.
See? Same thing.
Because I got in and I was like, what the fuck? You have your means under the dash. Sitting on the floor.
So
I didn't even understand how you sit.
what are you talking about? I'm more laid back than everybody. Listen.
Oh, I had to move it way back.
That's because I was just trying to get to the house. With my driver, with Eric, my trainee, he sat like he was a fucking kid in a fucking booster seat. He was sitting so straight up and down.
Sounds like a responsible, safe thing to do.
No, it sounds like somebody wanted to get their knee busted up and they got an accident. Andy sat high, but I broke him of that. Hey, Eric, you're going to have to go back to driving high again if you get a Peterbilt or if you get a Freightliner. If you get a Peterbilt, roll low. If you get that Freightliner, you got to raise that air up. And one thing I'll say about him, Land Shark Transport. See him in the comments. When I say that you have to come in this humble, listen, I think a lot of people come into this with a chip on their shoulder. They feel like everything needs to revolve around them, all this kind of stuff. First of all, I had an advantage that I really didn't want to train anybody in the first place. So it's going to be on my terms anyway. But that being said, that doesn't really matter. He is retired Air Force. He'd been making all the money in his previous job. He has all the toys. That was one of the reasons I decided to train him, because I was like, he's got too much shit to lose. He ain't going to try to kill himself. All these toys and cars and houses and shit. He ain't going to want to kill himself, but that's beside the point. He humbled himself to the point where I told him, listen, it's going to be hot up in that top bunk. You can't skip that struggle. It is what it is. And he sucked that shit. And I would be telling him, is it hot up there? It's cool down here. Because that's part of it. You know what I'm saying? At least that's the way I felt. I spent 7 fucking months in training. Nobody watching this video could be like, I went through more shit. And one thing I can say about him, he never fucking complained about it. And I'd be goating him. How hot is it up there? You all right? It's cool down here. Anyway, that's how to go through this shit. And I think the part about it that really resonates is that when I was saying that he didn't need to go through this shit, he didn't need to go through this shit. You know what I'm saying? He didn't need trucking. He wasn't like some of these guys, and trust me, I give credit to everybody that comes to Prime or CR England or CRST or whoever that literally was fucking homeless. But a lot of you guys that have came from bad backgrounds don't act like it. We're talking about a guy that lived in a, nice house with fucking motorhomes and fucking multiple cars and all that shit, and acting like, he actually needed this shit. So he made training easy from that standpoint. And I think that people need to kind of go through that. All right, let's see. But yeah, that's that. One thing, one reason I don't like training is like that. He wasn't that bad at the end, but before it was like, and it's easy in a freight or a Peterbilt because, somebody has the seat up high. All you gotta do is click, 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 and then you go down to the bottom where it doesn't click anymore. Give it one click, and then you're right there. But then you gotta move forward and backwards. That because he like sitting up there like he was fucking in like honors class, sitting so straight up and down. So then I'd have to make sure I get back. And I finally got that all right. I wasn't sure if he was messing with the recline on it or not, but I always felt like something wasn't right. But right attitude, that's all I'm saying. And listen, I almost felt guilty because, you always feel guilty that last week when it's just like, you doing everything. Unless there's a reason that I want to hurry up and get out. But he fucking handled it. No fucking complaining, jumping in and out, locks off trailers, load locks, whatever. He did it. So I was lucky. I've been lucky with my trainees. Now, that being said, I would, not that I plan on training anytime soon. I would be quick. I do not play around with that. I would be done with somebody very quick. Top bunk isn't as hot on Pete's. No, Peterbilts are a little bit cooler than Freightliners because they have the piping naturally built in, so it's meant to go up there, so it's not quite as hot. I did spend my training on a Freightliner, so I know. But Peterbilts are a little bit less hot up there. Plus, I wasn't in black or any. I was in orange, so not quite as hot.
What about insurance, babe?
What kind of insurance they asking for?
I mean, they have like a premium
For what?
and a standard. Premium has like a $500 to $2,000 deductible, and the other one has a $1,500 to $3,000 deductible.
Just lower. I just pay cash for it.
To what?
Just the lower of all those. Whatever's cheapest. All right, so anyway. Pete's do have air conditioning, actually built-in air conditioning like they're supposed to be. Freightliner is the one where they gotta go in there and aftermarket pipe the shit up there and everything. So either way, some people just don't realize they can't skip the struggle. Too many people want to go through this without, listen, too many people want to go through this unscathed. You know what I'm saying? And I just felt like I just had to just do what I had to do. You know what I'm saying? I had to go through the heat on the top bunk. I had to go through just whatever. I mean, 7 months on truck, so I went through everything. Whatever you could go through, I went through it. Let me get this blue cheese stuffed olives. These next ones I got coming in, which you guys probably aren't going to see. See, these are blue cheese stuffed olives right here, right? But these are like olives that have like a block of blue cheese stuffed in them. The ones I ordered are kind of creamed, like they creamed them up and then added some other shit and then stuffed them in the olive. Those are tasty. Those are the shit. So, you know, other stuff I want to talk about, you know, sorry, I'm having a hard time reading this shit. Now, this was, these wings here are Buffalo Wild Wings. They really aren't all that great, but they were convenient. So that's right. But the fallout rate in trucking, and I thought it was high in the mortgage business. The fallout rate in trucking is just as high.
Okay.
And a lot of people just,
Insurance is almost $1,000 if you get, that includes the RV assistance, mobile mechanic.
okay, well, how much is it total?
Right around $3,000, but that's without the extra miles.
That's fine.
I'm trying to see if I can find out what the additional miles price is. 30 or 50 some cents per mile.
What's that?
I think the additional miles is 30 something to 50 something cents additional mile.
Okay.
It's gonna include 1,000 miles, which is nowhere near enough.
Okay.
So, just saying.
Okay. Now, if you were just coming into this, damn. Separate yourself from all these people that are out here talking negative shit. Period. Because, like I've mentioned before, you are always going to be able to find better money out there. No matter what you do, there's always more money to be made. But you're not always going to be able to find a place you like to work. Now, if Prime isn't the place you like to work, or CR England, or CRST, or Landstar, or wherever, then move for that reason. But if you have a place that you like to work, leaving because of money is the dumbest thing in the world. Because even if you make an extra here's the thing: wealth is not created off of income. People think, and I've seen it. I've looked at people's income shit for damn near 20 fucking years before I came into trucking. The richest people weren't the people that made the most money all the time. And a lot of times there's a fine line between, there's some people that are so wealthy where it doesn't really matter. Like they're making so much money that they can make mistakes and overcome them. But there's people that are in that 80, let's say $70,000 to $100,000 income range that oftentimes the people that are worth the most out of that are the people on the lower end, because they're not trying to live up to that 100,000. Somebody making 70 might feel like, okay, well, I need to live like I'm making 50. And somebody making 100 might feel like I need to live like I'm making 125. So there's like that gap. And one thing I could see with young people trucking, a lot of people that watch my channel or comment, or that I look at their channels, are young. And what I see is, and somebody got upset at me. Let me read this comment right quick. Somebody got upset at me. And they got upset because the video that they were, and I thought I was doing good, and I could look back on it and say, I can understand how somebody would have got upset. But they're saying, they're saying this. I'm trying to be in trucking, and I'm trying to build, and this is some shit black people talk about. I don't even know why this is that, but I'm trying to build generational wealth and all this kind of shit. First of all, a drowning man can't save a drowning man. Shout out to Everyday Barbecue. A drowning man can't save a drowning man. So how are you talking about generational wealth and you don't even have yourself situated yet, first of all? And then saying, okay, well, this is my thing. I want to leave something behind for family and all that kind of stuff. And while I'm being critical, I will also say that, a lot of people of different colors have not been able to leave that money behind because of different things that have happened in the past that are beyond their control. So we'll leave it at that. But you can't say that I'm trying to build generational wealth, but I'm buying the fucking Hellcat, spending $700 a month, and I'm doing all this other shit, and I'm wasting all this money, and I don't have anything yet, but I'm trying to buy this truck. You can't do it like that. So when I said, if you're trying to build generational wealth, drop them car payments and then trade in that $2,000 a month rent that you're saying you're paying for a mortgage, and boom, you're done. And you took offense to that. So one thing I will say about truck drivers, if you're listening, I'm trying to help you guys make mistakes, avoid the mistakes I've made. And luckily, it's by luck that I'm where I'm at now. Not because a lot of it was lucky. And then by the time I got where I was at, then what?
You are spending one night on the way there.
Okay, whatever, just do it. My wife's over here trying to make rules and shit. Anyway.
I'm asking a question, and you don't need to have that kind of tone.
You hear this shit? Reminded me of my first fucking trainer right there. You got pee bottles over there under the chair? Anyway.
As a matter of fact, I do.
Okay. Anyway, so I'm trying to be the voice of reason. I can't teach you how to be a better trucker because I'm not doing those videos. But what I can do is hopefully touch one person that realizes that here's how to fucking do it. Learn from this guy's mistakes. Because, and actually, I was going to do a separate video about it, and I probably will because this video is going long. A lot of people aren't going to be watching this video this long. But the reason that I know my wife is down with me.
It's not because of your sweet demeanor. Is that too little?
What's the inside look like?
Very basic.
That's fine.
Okay.
Is that when I met my wife, I'd gone from being like not worrying about no money. I really wasn't concerned about it. At the point I felt like I was making so much fucking money I didn't have to think about the future. You know what I'm saying? I kind of did, but kind of didn't. And we can go into a different video where I kind of went and did my own thing. And that ended up costing me. Well, when I met my wife, she was at the low point in her life. And we were just like two broke motherfuckers at the same time. And I feel like if somebody went through all that with me, then, you know, they could ride with me through anything because that was the worst shit ever. I mean, it was like so broke, like I can't even, like, the only thing that kept me from like qualifying as broke was I had assets, but I couldn't really pay for the assets at the time the way things were. I mean, luckily I ended up holding on to those, but if I could, it's easy to say, had I not gone through that, then I would be able to just be done working and be done with everything. You know, 5-10 years ago, it'd be easy to look at it like that. But without going through that, I wouldn't have the same mindset that I have now and going through all this stuff. So everything is, you know, I just looked at my truck today when I was going out buying this little Beefeater gin. I looked at my truck and I was like, well, actually before that, because I had to go out and get a new phone. Because they're like, okay, it's 5G, you need to get into the phone. So I went to get into the phone. And the guy's like, oh, I like your truck, you know. He was talking about my Dodge Ram. And I was like, he's like, what year is it? And I, for the fucking life of me, couldn't figure out what year or remember what year it was. So it's a 2009. So, you know, I actually was confused. I actually looked at the registration when I went there because I really don't care that much. You know what I'm saying? And when I'm leaving there, I'm going to the liquor store to buy this stuff. And I look at the bottom of my like door and it looks like there's a little rust spot down there. And most people be like, man, I got to get rid of that. And I was like, man, I'm going to fucking run this truck till the wheels fall off. To me, people that, you know, a lot of these people that I know that are out here buying these, and I just say Dodge Hellcats because that's the fucking, you know, that's the little playbook nowadays. That's the player playbook. You know, you're talking about let's say at minimum $500 a month. $500 a month for a car payment plus insurance. Let's say it's $700 a month minimum. If you put that $700 a month into like just a general savings account, buy a fucking. You know why I roll with my wife? There was a time we were so broke. I was buying $2,500 cars. Like I was buying a Ford Explorer, $2,500. Drive the truck for 4 years, or drive the thing for like 2 years, sell it for $2,200, and go buy a $4,400 Expedition or $3,400 Expedition. Drive that shit for another 2-3 years, sell that shit for $4,600, and you know, that whole time I was like building up, not creating any additional shit. And then when it was time to blow up, which was kind of right before we got into the truck, and I was like, all right, well, maybe a few years before that.
I'm putting your contact information though.
Okay, well, don't.
Because I don't know what my meetings are like tomorrow.
All right, well, I got to make sure because I just got that other phone. Anyway. I just got to the phone, so I don't have it all set up. But go ahead, do what you gotta do.
Tomorrow. You'll have it set up by tomorrow.
Maybe I won't, but just do it.
Okay, well then I'll give you my phone.
No, just
I'll put my shit down, but I'll give you the phone.
put mine in. Damn. She was like,
See what it's like? Listen to what you sound like, Beefeater. You're extra right now. I get you don't drink very often at all, but that Beefeater
You see
making
this?
you a little bit saucy and spicy. You think you're not nice.
Anyway.
You are not nice.
Anyway, I'm trying to give her ass credit. So, anyway, going through all that stuff, now I don't even care about no cars. If I'm not putting money into something that's making some money, I'm not even trying to do it. And that's one thing, if you happen to be coming over here and you're young in your life, don't be placing value on what you are and what kind of car you drive. That is the dumbest mistake you could make. Putting money in something that's going to decrease in value. And you're going to say, well, dang, wow, you have a Dodge 3500 or 1500 and a BMW X5 and a BMW 540. The 540 is like 2003.
535.
What's that?
The 535.
Mine?
Yeah.
Okay, my 535 is 2003. And I might just keep that in the garage forever because at this point, it's going to be a classic by the time I get it out. Her BMW X5 is what, 2014, 11? 2011, and mine's 2009. Like, them cars are, like, so old, you know what I'm saying? So all that's freed up, all this extra money. So if I'm not paying, one thing I look back and this is a totally different thing. I look back when I was in the mortgage business and all these guys are making all this money and everything. And it's just like the standard thing was to have two cars, and they were both going to be about 50, 60,000. So you're paying out $1,200, $1,400 a month in car payments. I'm just like looking at that and I never even got up that high. I was kind of conservative, even though I had car payments. That's a lot of money you're wasting, especially as a truck driver. How are you going to be a truck driver, like spending $600 a month on a car? That's just money thrown away. $600 a month. You could waste that shit on the worst fucking stock investment and come out ahead. So that's what I try to do. You know what I'm saying? Or put it back into this house. Or buy a new house. Whatever. All right, anyway, I just wanted to say, so my father is elderly, I'll have money saved, and I'll be able to take, that's admirable right here. Taking care of people, whatever it is, all that, or those are all good reasons. You know what I'm saying? I just see, here's what I see. And I talk to a lot of people, and they're not on here anymore. They were on earlier, but people that I talk to, older people at Prime, stuff like that. And I've seen younger people at Prime that either are with Prime now or not with Prime, and they're posting videos of them with money in their hand or throwing money around or, showing themselves with money. And one thing I want to say to anybody coming in, if you have enough money to show it in your hand, that ain't no real money. You know what I'm saying? To show some real money, you got to show a bank receipt, a screenshot, something like that. You ain't throwing real money. Like, that's not a lot of money. Whatever you have in your hand is not a lot of money. And you can make that money in this business if you just buckle down and just like, anyway, enough preaching. Let's get on to some other shit. So anyway, I'm done preaching about all that. We already went through that. My wife is going to be booking a little van to go to San Diego. Go out there for a week, chill out, come back here for a week. And okay, Kevin Duke, I would like to have generational wealth for my daughter and grandkids someday. Here's what I'm not saying I'm the right person to be given this information.
Okay, I'm gonna do the middle insurance because it includes roadside service, and so it's $626 for the trip.
Okay.
Because if you go the other one, or it's $879
Okay.
for $1 million liability coverage.
Okay. So worrying about generational wealth and all that kind of stuff.
So okay, get the highest one,
No, get whatever you think.
the essential,
Yeah, whatever. Is
or extra $250 more. Just get peace of mind.
get peace of mind.
Okay.
If it breaks down,
That's what
then
I wanted.
okay. So
It's still only.
goddamn.
Damn nothing. It's still 2,000. That's it.
2000 what?
Total.
Okay, great. All right, so what the fuck was I talking about? Talking about money, blah blah blah. Damn. Oh, generational wealth. Okay. My thought is this. You're gonna be more a drowning man can't save a drowning man, okay? Just like Mike, I got that saying from him. You are better off trying to save money for yourself and having that money to pass on to somebody else than you just worrying about somebody else to pass the money down to. And a lot of times, you know what? Passing money down is the worst thing you could do. And I've thought about this with my own kids and shit like that. Housing is becoming expensive, all this kind of stuff. And I'm thinking, maybe it's better for me to just buy a place and, have them live in it or something like that. But then it's like, you know what? What's gonna make them grind? You know what I'm saying? Like they need to have their own purpose to grind. And I haven't mentioned this on this channel. The reason I moved to Colorado from San Diego wasn't because I didn't like San Diego. At an early age, even in, what was this, 2000 or 94, I came out here. Even at that young age, I was able to look at it and say, you know what? I will never be able to buy a house out here or whatever, or live without having roommates. You know what? I need to roll. I had to make a decision to leave. Now, maybe it's that time for my kids to be like, you know what? I'll never have a house out in Colorado, maybe until these motherfuckers die, but I'll never have a house in Colorado. Maybe it's time for me to leave. And maybe that's going to Tulsa, Oklahoma, or going to, wherever. But maybe, that's a decision I had to make the decision. It wasn't like I wanted to do it. So sometimes you got to do what you don't want to do. Yeah, so, and there's been no problems with the truck there, Eric, or the seat. That's you. So anyway, it was just a couple times. It wasn't that big of a deal, but it was a little irritating when it happened. So you won't have those problems when you're rocking that Freightliner. Which you will have a problem with is bouncing all over the fucking road. Now you could get lucky and get a Peterbilt. And what's this X-rated shit that's coming with? All right, so anyway, that's my thoughts on that. The Peterbilt ride is smooth, and listen, when I talk about Peterbilt, I prefer them just because they're just nicer. I mean, there's no people can say what they want to say. You got the Peterbilt haters out there, but it's safety, man. It's safety. Even if you look at the groove patterns on tires, if you look at people's if you look at somebody that's driving a Peterbilt and look at somebody that's driving a Freightliner and look at their drive tires, the drive tires on Freightliners are all pitted up and everything. You know why? Because the wheelbase is 10 inches shorter, so they're bouncing all over the place and the wheels are pitting every time it hits that bump. That's why you don't see that wear pattern on a Peterbilt. It's not because those are facts. Those aren't like because I want it to be that way. And then people can say, well, they break down more or less. I cry bullshit on that. There's plenty of people I know that have both trucks. Eric, a driver lineup, says, you know what? The Freightliner breaks down more than the Peterbilt. The Peterbilt's harder to get done. And I'll give it that because you just can't take a Peterbilt to a random shop and just be like, get it done. You got to take it to a Peterbilt most of the time. And I'm cool with that. Okay. The turning radius, you know what? It makes you a better backer. The turning radius is shorter, but a lot of times the problem with students coming right out of PSD or TNT, what's the problem in backing? Oversteering. You know what? If you oversteer, you're better off in a Peterbilt than a Freightliner because the trailer doesn't move as much in a Peterbilt. So if you are a classic TNT or new truck driver oversteerer, you're better off in a Peterbilt. All right. I did a great job ordering the trucks. They're pretty much standard trucks. My second truck had a little bit more shit on it. If I get another truck, it's probably going to be a Freightliner. I don't have a problem with it. And that's one thing I noticed. Peterbilt drivers do not go out of their way to talk shit about Freightliner drivers because we feel comfortable in our shit. But you always have some Freightliner driver out there talking shit about a Peterbilt. It's just the way it is. So, if I order another truck, I'll let Myra pick if she wants to keep the Peterbilt or get in the Peterbilt I'm in or get a Freightliner, and then we'll kind of go from there. Yeah, we have to talk about that once the truck comes in there, Rich. I don't know anything about international. One thing I do know is I know somebody that had an international and had a Freightliner. They like the international better. And here's one thing I'm going to say about the Freightliner. There's a lot of people, if you order a base Freightliner, like it comes in standard from Freightliner and it's a company truck, those trucks aren't going to have like I don't know what they call them, insulation package, polar package, whatever it is. A lot of those trucks aren't going to have that insulation package on it, which standard in Peterbilt, I think standard in Freightliner or international. So Freightliners have like that straight from the factory, that thin insulation, like you could probably set like a cup of water on the floor and it's going to like freeze up in that thing. Whereas that's an upgrade. You need to upgrade that order in a Freightliner. That's standard in a Peterbilt. So Reason, okay, let's go into that because people have asked that. Why do you like Peterbilt more than Freightliner? That side door on the side, go take a shower, whatever, get groceries, open up the side door, throw it into the side door. All that. Catwalk. Actually a usable catwalk. You could actually stand on it, walk on it, do all that kind of stuff. A lot of times you see people in Freightliners with dented like cabs or where the satellite dish has been dented. The reason is they jumped the fifth wheel and their catwalk was so short they hit the back of their satellite dish with the trailer. Not going to happen in Peterbilt. Heavier truck, handles better, smoother, longer wheelbase, safety, that kind of stuff. Another reason I like it. The simulated wood grain interior with the, the navigation in dash, all that kind of stuff, which I don't really follow, but it's good for trip planning. You got that. You got thick windshield curtains. If you ask my last student, he's not going to say that it did all that well because he was in that top bunk, but it really did. If he was in a Freightliner, you'd understand. Thick window curtains and then thick magnetic curtains between the sleeper and the front. So you're not fucking with that Velcro shit and all that. Magnetic, thick curtains. You're automatically going to have carpet in the back. The fridge, you know what? If you looked at Myra's last video, she has a bigger fridge than what I had in my truck. If you just get a truck with a normal fridge, I mean, the refrigerator is too much money, so I'm not going to do that. The Peterbilt that Myra's driving does have a refrigerator in it, but she also put that 45-liter freezer in there. You don't need much more than that. And you're not going to be able to get much more than that in a regular fucking Freightliner. And motherfuckers out here trying to like live all luxurious. You know what? Fucking get out there and run some fucking freight. Don't be worried about how much shit you got in the refrigerator. Just run it. Shit. Motherfuckers out here acting up. Shit. Anyway. I know Rich is not. I'm going to have to call. Okay. Let me make sure I'm not reading anything crazy before I get out here on Rich's ass. I had no problem in being too hot on the top bunk. Must be air. All right. Rich, do you want me to put you on blast right now? Come on now. Do not make me go here right now. I'm going to let you slide. I'm not even going to go on that one. I'm not even going to go on that one. But anyway.
You want more wings, babe?
Was there any sauce over there? Or were those already glazed up?
They were glazed up.
Man, those weren't that good. No, I'm good for now.
The sauce was extremely minimal. And then baking it more just...
Yeah, no, there wasn't enough on that shit to begin with.
No, there wasn't.
So anyway,
It was a hint.
Okay, Rich, I know that because Rich, if you're looking in and you see a comment by Rich's River Smoker, West Virginia, he was driving with Myra, who's driving my other truck. And what Rich would be telling you is, I'm a runner. Listen, I understand that, and nobody's going to hate the hustle, but there's more to running than just running out your clock blindly. And I'm not saying that's what was done because I wasn't there. One thing I will tell you is that fuel economy that truck was getting while you were on the truck was horrible. So I don't know if it was a matter of just speed or the truck idling. And I understand, idling the truck if it's too hot. But if you're in the front seat, why are you in the front seat? Why aren't you, like if you're the shipper receiver and it's hot outside, why aren't you in the back, in the top bunk while you know what I'm saying? That fuel economy is horrible. I mean, that shit right there, I could have probably, had I knew it was going to be that bad, I could have probably said, you know what? I could have probably said, I'll actually pay you $200 extra a week if you just deal with the heat and then just don't do. I mean, that's how much it was right there. Anyway, and Rich, I mean, I'd be out like I think the last time I was out for like 2 months, I didn't take a 34. So the hours catch up with the hours. People are always talking about, I'm gonna run 8 hours and I'll never run out of hours. You know, that's some dumb. That's an easy ass way to just say I really don't want to drive that much. Do you know how I realized? And I think I was going to mention this earlier in the video. How I realized how hard it was to actually run out of your hours was I tried to run out of my hours because I was that fucking tired. I was like so tired. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna make Jay. I'm not. You want to mention his name? I'm gonna make him give me a 34. I'm gonna run my hours out. And I tried to actually run my hours out and couldn't run my hours out. That whole myth about all these people out there talking about I'm gonna drive 8 hours a day so I never run out of hours. You know what? I ain't running out of hours either. So all it's making is me be somewhere earlier so I don't got to worry about the shit. If anything happens, I can work around it. That shit's so frustrating because then you have like logs advisors preaching this shit too because they preach this in the logs class. If you just drive 8 hours a day, you'll never run out of hours. If all you were doing was driving coast to coast to coast to coast to coast, that makes sense. But you're not going coast to coast to coast to coast to coast. There's always a reason why you're shutting down early. Or listen, it takes X amount of hours to run a load. It doesn't matter if you run it in 8-hour shifts or 11-hour shifts. It takes X amount of time. So what's the difference between you getting the recaps back at this point or you get back larger ones later on? It's the same fucking thing. People are out here mind fucking themselves trying to think that they're doing something smart, and it's not. I've looked. I can't run myself out of hours.
It's booked, and I moved more than double over
Okay.
in case, however, they were gonna.
Oh wait.
Doesn't matter. You told me to handle it.
Motherfuckers. At least tell me what to move over. How much is it so I can move it over? So I don't get hit with no. It's the minimum in that account is $26,000 before.
Okay, well then you need to move over.
No
5.
shit.
You need to move 5.
Anyway, see, my wife just be handling shit. I don't even gotta worry about it.
You told me to do it.
That's what I'm saying. She just handling shit. Don't even gotta worry about it. So anyway. People out here overthinking this shit. This is fucking trucking. It's not fucking astrophysics. Now, learning your splits, that is something to do. But nobody could tell. There is nobody out there telling me they're going to be running more loads, or because then you find the people that are saying that are saying not only am I only driving 8.5 hours a day, but I'm only driving 58 miles an hour a day. Motherfucker, there is no fucking way you were pulling more loads. You can't do both. You cannot do 8.5 hours a day, 58 miles an hour, and then compete with me. I'm sorry. Or anybody else. Anyway, let me move this money over. My wife is over here running off the reservation and shit.
Well, I didn't know if they were going to hit my card with the deposit for.
Where's the truck at?
Double the rental. It's up off Chambers and close to Smith Road.
Where's it at?
I-70.
I know, but who is it? Trucker Girl Kiana. Former prime driver. I remember seeing her when I was out at the pad on Salt Lake City when I was all new and she was like the old head out there. Excuse me for a second. I got to transfer some money real quick. What account do I need to send it to?
Money market, the only one I can see.
So what's that? The one that's
The one that you said has
21,000?
Yes, thank you. When you said that had a 26,000 limit. So you.
And it was 5,000, right?
Correct.
All right.
Whatever you.
Make sure whatever's left over goes back in that motherfucker. I know you be liking to keep shit. Any overage, put it back somewhere else.
We'll know that after they hit my card.
Okay,
There's the
I'm
extra
just saying.
mileage and all of that
All
stuff.
right.
So when we return, we'll know.
Okay.
And in the meantime, maybe you'll forget.
No, I ain't gonna freaking forget. As a matter of fact, you shouldn't want me to forget. All right, so Prime is a great company. I agree, Trucker Girl Kiana. Come back to Prime. I know you like it over there at CFI, but come back over. Find a new place to park your truck during home time since the yard is closing. Absolutely. I know they are looking for another place in Denver to make up for this Denver yard, but one thing I will say is I've been telling everybody the scam to pull out here. Every time I come home, I put my truck in the shop for one reason or another. I do not do those 70,000 mile oil changes and all that shit. There's always a reason for me to get the truck in the shop. This Peterbilt dealership out here will not call you even when the truck is done. Like I'll get a message from Prime saying, hey, the truck is done. They don't ever ask me to come. Like I could literally keep the truck down there for 10 days and not have to worry about it. So from that standpoint, I don't have to worry about it. Now, then you're like, well, okay, well, then you have nowhere to get a trailer from.
Which, before I forget, Taylor doesn't go to work until 5 on Thursday. She was hoping that that's the day so she could use the money before we went on vacation as opposed to after.
Okay. Man, there's plenty of places out here where I can get a trailer from. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even ask for a trailer. Those times when I've gone to the yard and there was no trailers there, I know right where to go, snag up a trailer, and be good to go. So it would be nice to have a yard out here, but not 100% necessary. I do hope that they get this shit handled because you know what? That's some shit that pisses me off about Prime right now. All these fucking random ass off-brand fucking trucking companies like Variant and US Express and fucking Millis and all these little bullshit ass companies, they got more fucking terminals than we got. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck about basketball. I mean, you know, it's nice, okay? I'll give you that. But I'd rather have a bunch of little random ass like terminals everywhere than have a bunch of nice shit in a few places. So what? They got rid of Colorado or Denver for now. They got rid of Atlanta. I ain't seen no fucking additions. You know, okay, so we got the Manuka, whatever. So whatever. I mean, I guess that's all right. But now is the time when I would expect Prime. All these trucking companies that are going through financial problems, you should just be able to buy fucking terminals that are already ready to go. And we're sitting here cutting down shit. You know what I mean? Anyway, that pisses me off. I'm sorry if I got a little sensitive about that. Let's see. Laverta, what's up? That will be, I mentioned my dad being the corporate type saying, you cuss too much, La. That's his sister right there. Laverta Scott. I do love cussing though. You can't trust somebody that doesn't really cuss either. CFI is downsizing a lot of the yards we have. Okay, well, Prime shouldn't be in that situation. Well, hopefully Transport America would sell some stuff to Prime Inc. because I mean, it's really, I mean, how are we giving up Atlanta, which wasn't even our yard? It was just like a place we paid rent at. We're giving up Atlanta and Denver with no additions. So we got the Manuka yard in Chicago. I mean that helps a little bit. So what am I don't know. To me, I just don't get it. To me, it makes no sense to get rid of the Denver yard. Now I don't think they own that yard fully, so they may not have had a choice, but that kind of pisses me off a little bit. I can imagine the Atlanta yard having those problems, but Denver is a fully enclosed yard, like our shit only. So that wasn't happening in Denver. So I don't know what the purpose was for that, unless they already had something lined up. And when I talked to them, they didn't act like they had anything lined up. And for them, from what I heard, because I talked to the operations manager, is we've been looking in Denver, but we haven't found anything. There is so much shit out here with the kind of money Prime has. It should not be a fucking issue whatsoever. So I don't get that. And one of the things that he said was trying to make it to where it makes sense to where there's access to all these highways. Denver is not that fucking, like, there's not that many, like, where the Denver yard is probably a bad place. There's too many freeways coming in on that point. If it was a little bit out in either direction, it would be a much better location. So if they're actually trying to put it where it's at now, I would say that's not the best location. They should be like probably further east. And I would say further east, like even out towards like Bennett, Watkins. What's up?
Are we gonna go down 25 into New Mexico and across Arizona?
Yeah.
Okay. But maybe cut across and go to Flagstaff and then take a different highway probably.
I don't know. I'd have to take a look at it. I don't go to San Diego driving trucks, but that's probably the route.
Okay, just making sure we're not going across the mountains.
Going across what mountains?
On I-70.
What's the difference?
I was just asking.
Well, what's the difference if we were?
Because it looks like on this map, there's like a big 4-hour difference. That's why.
Okay, so now I got somebody that like drives within a 4-mile radius of my house trying to trip plan some shit going to San Diego for me. Oh, she's so good. I gotta give it to her. That's the kind of wife you want. You know what? When you're off, you're off. Like, I know you're a truck driver, so I'm gonna take all that off of you. She's out here trying to trip plan our trip to San Diego, trying to figure.
How long it was gonna take.
No, that's not what you're saying.
So we'll probably stay somewhere, maybe in New Mexico or Arizona that first night.
Wherever you feel comfortable in that bed or the.
I have no idea.
Okay. Make sure that you bring enough
Go
comfort.
to a truck stop.
Yeah, make sure you bring enough
Can we stop
comforters
at
to
the
make
truck
it.
stop?
Yeah, you can stop at a truck stop. I'll pull the truck stop. Hey, we'll be the people in the truck stop parked in the truck where the trucks are in the Mercedes Sprinter van. You know what I mean? We'll be that dickhead. Let's see. Okay, you know what? JJ the trucker, I watched the video and I don't even want to say by who because it was some dumbass bullshit. You know, we always have these people leave Prime and the only thing they could do is talk about Prime. Anyway, I was watching one of those channels and they said that they heard JJ the trucker was doing bad. You know what? I talked to JJ the fucking trucker. And you know what? JJ the trucker is doing very well. And JJ the trucker is doing so good that he's talking about taking some, like, he might be on this little vacation now. He was talking about going over to Turkey and Greece and all this other shit where he'd be, you know, he's talking about doing that vacation. So JJ the trucker is doing well. He was doing well, Landstar, all that kind of stuff. So JJ Trucker is doing good. As a matter of fact, I was talking to Travis Kinley, who was brought up in that same conversation, and Travis Kinley was actually doing very well. His only problem wasn't the money he was making or any of that kind of stuff. It was the home life situation that he ended up pulling the trigger for on that. So there's a lot of people talking shit that don't know what they're talking about. And again, it's people that left Prime that always listen. Once you leave Prime, every video you gotta have has to have Prime in it. It seems like. Anyway, let's see. Oh, look at that hairdo. That's great. Wait, what's that shit right there? What's in that bag? Okay, you know what you got to do? When I leave, that truck, that BMW in the garage, all that shit that's not to put your shit on. Get that, and then that little round barrel thing that's downstairs. So I said, get the fuck out of here when I came back. It could get it done. I'm not asking again. Okay. Don't go to Phoenix. We're gonna get there. We get there. Have you heard anything about the lease back? Maybe a time frame. I heard that it might be coming back in September, from what I heard. Okay, do I have at least a terminal or freight lane near home? When I'm coming off of home time, there's a few different things that I could do. It depends on how generous I am about it. I am owed a bunch of favors right now. But what they'll do sometimes is they'll do some shit like this. And I've learned this, so now I don't put myself available until I know my fleet manager's on. So what I used to do was say, I'm available at 0600 hours, right? So then I get some random fucking fleet manager sending me some bullshit saying, here's a 10-mile load. This will help you get a trailer. And I'm like, motherfucker, I got a trailer. But I'm just like, you know what? Not trying to cause no wave. So I'll take this little bullshit 10-mile load and then fuck up my day. But I don't drop those loads on people. If I come home and I'm bringing a load that needs to get home on the 17th, and I'm not delivering that load until the 19th, I'm fucking delivering the load on the 19th, or I'm coming back, or I'm doing something. I'm not leaving that load for anybody to do a 4-mile drive on. Period. Or I won't do that anywhere. But as far as freight lanes go, sometimes they've got me on a couple of those little take this load 9 miles and all this kind of stuff. But usually I'll either deadhead out to like Dodge City or any of those places, or I'll pick up a cheap ass like water load or beer load and take that from Denver, Fort Collins or something like that out to Kansas, and then I'll reload out there. So basically paying for the fuel, really not doing much more than that, just getting out that way rather than deadheading. Or I've got deadheaded out to like Idaho and stuff like that, and I think I'm not doing that anymore. Not that it doesn't make sense in perfect times, but in the winter I've gone out there and I try to say, and I try to keep my other truck east of Cheyenne in the winter. And I've got caught a few times where I try to be nice and go out to Idaho or North Dakota or do some shit like that, and then I get stuck out there, and I'm not doing that. So there's plenty of stuff coming out of here. It's just how I go about doing it. Let's see. Yep, lease purchase coming back September, October, correct.
Is it about time to wrap it up? Or I just put my headphones on and watch my TV?
Yeah, just watch TV. When I get my new truck, which is sometime soon, hopefully I'm going to get an older truck. I don't like this new stupid digital dash. I love the digital dash. The only thing I don't like about the digital dash is at night, that thing be so bright and if I have the windows up, sometimes if you're trying to look in the the mirror, then you got that brightness that's over there. So I don't like that, but I'm not trying to chain up. As a matter of fact, I almost would think about buying the auto chains, the things that spin under your tires. They're like $3,800, $4,000 to get done. I would think about getting those. I'm not chaining. And the tricky thing about Vail is that you don't know that you have to chain up on Vail sometime until you're past the point of no return. So you're almost forced to chain up there unless you've been looking at, really studying it. So I got the auto socks. That's what I plan on using. So I carried 3 sets of auto socks, 1 set of chains just in case. But I ain't trying to chain up. Would I buy a truck at Pedigree? I don't think the prices are right at Pedigree. Now, you're saying if the price was right. I know people that bought trucks at Pedigree. And I looked at the prices on Pedigree. The problem is I can't make a logical decision on that until I know how much the new prices are going to be on or either Freightliners or Peterbilts when the lease purchase comes back, because the last Peterbilt that I bought,
Really?
I paid $167,000 for it. What?
I just put my hydrating socks on, and she wants to go outside.
Okay, take her outside. Nothing more hydrating than being out with your ass in the rain. But so it was 160. Let me see if I got let me look up the exact figures right here. What the price was, because I did save those because I was going to do a video on it, and then they took the program away. So I figured, why am I going to do the video? So we'll talk about this. Before I get into that, tell me those dogs ain't about that life right there. All right, so let's see.
Frankie.
All right, so
Let's go outside. Come on, girl. Let's go. Come on.
sorry, this was.
Come on, let's go.
All right, so my purchase price of that, 2002 Peterbilt, $167,000. Even at the time, that was hard to beat. $167,000 for the Freightliner or the Peterbilt that I had that had the Epic package on it. So it had like $5,500 in upgrades, APU, all that shit. $167,000, and then the total of the payments was $181,000. So what was that? 167. Okay, so 181 minus 167. That's the interest that was paid on the truck. That's a steal. So I don't think that the deals are that good going through Pedigree. So I don't think I would go through there. I think I would rather just not get a truck than go through Pedigree, or maybe just buy one straight out from a dealership. I'm not about them Mac Anthems. If I think that Peterbilt or Freightliners bounce around, I just don't like them. Not that I know anything about them. every Mac and every Mac and every Volvo I know is driving down the road with fucking panels rattling on the side of them. But that's a personal thing. I just like Peterbilt. Ever since I was little and I took that little road trip and I had my little Peterbilt hat on, I just been about that Peterbilt game. Any tips for my Peterbilt maintenance? Man, I just get oil changes. Like, to me, I just get oil changes done every time that I come in from home. So if I'm out for, let's say, 5 weeks, maybe actually if I'm out for 5 weeks, I think I get my oil changed every other time I come home. So I'd probably end up changing my oil like every 25, 30,000 miles as opposed to 70,000 or whatever it is. And then I'll just find reasons to get it in the shop. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't necessarily need to follow that. I'll get the airlines done like every 2 times I come in, whether they're needed or not. Air filters, all that kind of stuff, whether they're needed or not. I probably spend more money, but a lot of that stuff's tax deductible. And if I go to sell my truck down the road, they'll be like, you know what? You took care of that shit. So I wouldn't worry about that big twisted big D. Let's see. But you know, another reason to get your truck in the shop is to get them updates that need to get done. Those little computer updates that they do every now and then. A lot of times you hear people having problems with their truck. Aren't problems with the truck. It's just they haven't got the latest, which is stupid. I don't even know why they do. They just haven't updated the latest software. So every time you put the truck in the shop, it's going to get that. So the more often you have it in the shop, the more often it's going to get updated. So you're not going to be 2 or 3 updates down the road where your transmission's not shifting right or whatever the situation is. What does the oil change run you? You know what? Here's what I'm going to say. It's so good that I don't even worry about it. I could not even tell you how much the bills come to. Seriously. People are going to be like, well, damn. How are you not even? I just don't even think about it. I put it in and it's done whatever they charge. Like I'll look at it now a little bit more on the other truck than mine. But I really don't even think about it, to be honest with you. If the money is that good to where I don't even think about it. And I try to pass all that money along to Meyer in the other truck. And when that other truck is, oh Lord, in a couple months or another 11 months, it's really going to be spinning off and she's really going to be doing well on that other truck. All right. When am I getting another truck? As soon as I know if they're bringing it back. I'd probably order a Freightliner just to make it easier on myself. Not that, just. So I'll probably do that. As your typicals. Is your steering wheel slightly to the left of center when going straight down the road? I don't. You know what? They are. And as soon as I get them, I have that done. I've had that in I've had 3 Peterbilts. In every single Peterbilt, the steering wheel is slightly off center. So I had to go get that done on all 3 of them. The rattling cup holder is not an issue in the 2022s. That is not the same cup holder. There's not a huge difference between the Epic package as far as fuel economy. It just looks a lot cooler with the lower, it almost has like, we used to call them kits, you know what I mean? It has a little kit on it. Back in the 80s, we used to be saying, I got the Nissan Sentra with the kit on it. Got a kit on it. Actually, in reality, just joking around. That Epic package you have to think about it. Like if I was to get another truck, so for example, if I was to say, you know what, let me get another truck and put somebody in my current truck, I would have to think twice about putting somebody in that truck because not everybody's going to be going over them potholes the same way. And that truck is legitimately about 1.75 inches, 2 inches lower on the front. So a lot of those potholes that you wouldn't like scrape or something, you're going to scrape on that new Peterbilt. So I don't think you can order a Freightliner right now, but let's see. Brian, I'm not Hemi forever. Okay, me and my wife want to come to Prime as a team. I have a CDL, but no driving experience. She doesn't have hers. I think you should come to Prime first, do whatever training you need to do since you don't have experience. And I don't, there's another couple out there that he was able to train his wife sooner than Prime would normally let somebody train because they were husband and wife. So you could probably do that right off the bat. So you could go that route with her. Moe's Transport, what's up? Can you get the cool mirrors? I hate those mirrors. That's the one thing I don't like about the Epic packages, them small ass mirrors. Those things are hard to adjust to when you first get out there. So yeah. Anyway. Oh, listen. Do not listen to anything that Land Shark Transport has to say about anything. Those dog-eared mirrors suck. Listen, I just don't like them. They don't suck. Your ass couldn't get it between. Listen, Land Shark Transport was my last trainee. He could get it in the spot as good as anybody. But once it was time to like color between the lines and get them like even between the lines, hey, he might have been that little kid with his tongue out, doing this shit on the coloring book. So that had nothing to do with the dog-eared mirrors. That had something to do with your ass backing up. So anyway. No, if you've seen a Peterbilt with something that looks like it has a camera on the side, those aren't cameras. They're like, can't explain them, but Prime had a few of those trucks come in and they were meant to be for company team drivers. They weren't cameras. I forgot what they were, but they had the little round black circles on the side. Those weren't cameras. If you could have got into trucking in your 20s or 30s, would you and why? No, I wouldn't have. I couldn't have got. I don't know how people set their lives up to get into trucking in their 20s and 30s. Now, maybe you could say, okay, if I knew what I knew now in my 20s and 30s, would I do it? Maybe then I would say, yeah, but that's like saying if I knew what I know now and I got in the mortgage business in my 20s or 30s, I could have done the same or even more back then. So a lot of it's not the age, it's knowing what to do with the money at the time. So yeah, if somebody's in their 20s or 30s, if they knew exactly what to do with their money, they should be able to be good to go within 10, 15 years. The problem is, just like every other 20, 30-year-old, instead of putting the money where they need to put it and investing it somewhere, they're going to be buying Dodge Hellcats and fucking, dumbass shit that's going to have them nowhere near where they need to be. I couldn't have done it in my 20s and 30s because I needed to have a life set up already. So, not that this is any better, because, this is not the best situation in the world from a family situation, but I couldn't have got into this without having a house and my financial shit already set up. I couldn't have came into this without. I had to have a foundation before I got into trucking. I couldn't have done it the other way. And one of my friends been driving trucks since '94. We used to be roommates in San Diego, and all that shit. And he's been driving since 2000 or '94. And one thing that I think has cost him is you're too busy trucking and not busy investing. So by the time he got to the point where he's like, time to buy houses and time to do all that kind of stuff, it was so much further down the road that maybe it wasn't the best time. So I wouldn't have done it at that point in my life. Plus, you know what? At this time in my life, it's so stress-free. You know what? I make a dumbass mistake. You know what? I make a dumbass mistake. It's not, I could either take it, not take it. If I get pulled in by DOT, what's the fucking difference? I mean, everything is low stress. Worst thing that can happen is like I'm not making life-changing decisions trucking. Some people, if this is all you got and you get pulled over, then you stress out about shit or whatever. I'm just not stressing. It's just chill. My trainee that's in here, he was there when I made the bonehead mistake. You know what? A lot of people might have tripped out about that, might have got all fucking flustered about it. To me, it was just like, you know what? It is what it is. It's not that big of a deal. I'm not stressing about it. And that was a bonehead ass mistake I made too. So anyway, that's about it. So people have asked, you know what, Lyle, you plan on training again? Miss Mother Trucker, I saw your truck at the yard today in Colorado. Yep, I'm sitting at home about 25 miles away from that yard right now. And you notice, unlike everybody else's truck there, I park head in. So in case I need to jump start my truck, it's easy to jump start it right at the back. You know what I mean? Do I make more money trucking or doing what I used to do? That's kind of a double-edged sword. I'd say I make more money made more money trucking than I did the last few years of what I did before, but I'd already been winding down in that career. You know what I'm saying? So the last 5 or 6 years I was in mortgages, I was only working like 5-6 hours a day at the most, probably closer to 4. But if you go back to like when I first got into it, when it was humming, that money was like way more than trucking, but a lot more stress. But that stress builds up on you. You know what I mean? So trucking is really no stress. I mean, there's stress, but it's not like the same kind of stress. It's not like like the stress in trucking is situational. Like you might feel stressed out if you're driving in bad weather conditions, but once those conditions are over, it's over. You're not sitting here stressing out about 1 or 2 or 3 loans for like weeks or whatever. You're not dealing with that. Like it's a totally different is totally different. You can't even compare the two. Yeah, cars. I'd say that trucking would be more than cars, but uh, cars is no stress either. Like you're really not stressing. Like you're living, like you're more or less living day to day in car sales, maybe week to week. You're not, unless you're truly disciplined. And there are truly disciplined car salesmen out there that look at it month to month and that kind of stuff, and they don't really sweat the day to day type shit. But for the most part, car salesmen are looking at it week to week. Mortgage bankers have to look at it quarter to quarter. So you can't look at, like, if you don't have a loan in your pipeline now, that loan's not going to close for another, 2 or 3, potentially month and a half, 2 months from now. So, you're thinking like that. Whereas in car sales, it's more kind of immediate. And in trucking, trucking is no stress, because even if the rates are bad, all that kind of stuff, you're not getting your own. Like, there's very few people out there, harvesting their own kill. You know what I'm saying? People complain about brokers, and you have all these like whining ass truck drivers saying that there needs to be regulation. Listen, it's harder to find the loads than it is to run the load. So if brokers are finding the loads and they're taking their cut off of that, then more power to them. It's actually more. It takes more talent to find the loads than it takes to run the loads. It's that simple. That's why they can make more money. So I'm not sweating any broker that's making money. And, I am any whining ass truck driver, then go do it. If you can do it, be a broker and then broker your own loads and run them. Because I remember buying leads as a mortgage banker on occasion. And I could be buying a batch of 100 leads, paying $3,000 for the because actually processing the loads or processing the loans or running the load is not the hard part. It's finding if you can find business, regardless of your industry, you are going to be a moneymaker. That could be stocks, it could be banking, it could be cars, it could be anything. The people that find the business are the most valuable. The people that process the business are not. People that sell the clothes aren't making as much money as the people that are actually finding the place, or the actual people that are on the ground selling them. The people that find where to sell them, they're making the money. Anyway, enough about that. Road Blazer, easiest job I've ever had. It's the easiest job I've ever had too. Miss Mother Trucker, easiest job I've ever had for the money. That being said, absolutely, Rob's. I agree with that. Robs you of your life, and that's, I'm trying. As far as that goes, I am like trying to wind this shit down myself. Man, Twisted Big D's out there talking about his job is hard being out there on the pad, and they're gonna make a video about life on the road. Just, hey, listen, you're providing a valuable service. I will give that to you. You know what I'm saying? But come on now, Dan. Don't have me move out to Springfield and be a pad trainer and shit. Now, Dan, I'm going to tell you, and I'm not, no shots fired. Salt Lake City has that shit humming out there. I'm just saying, 3 trainers or 4, whatever they got out there, pushing through. Like, they don't do individual. It's like groups. You know what I'm saying? And they are pushing, like, it's not an individual thing. I think, honestly, if I was to say how I would rather want it as a student going through and actually looking at it as sort of kind of a trainer, I think they got y'all. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I think the whole thing where you take 2 students or 3 students is a lot less efficient than having 3 or 4 trainers out there running 50 people through or 40 or whatever it is. And then just each person saying, okay, I'm doing this right now. I'm going to be teaching offset and I'm going to be doing this. And then I'm going to be doing this. So it's not like each individual trainer has a person. So but either way, all of y'all got it easier than being on the road. Don't like try to get it confused. You know what I'm saying? All right. Mike Schwartz, you said you saw me at the rest stop outside of Rolla. That was my other truck. That was Myra that you saw at that truck stop because I wasn't anywhere near there. I just left Salt Lake City and came to Denver. $10 stories. Look at the properties in the villages. I've already looked at the properties in the villages. As a matter of fact, that we would be probably closer to doing that now than we actually are because we need to spend some money on a deck out here, and then I'm not sure how crazy my wife wants to go on renovating this house, but if it wasn't for that, I'd probably be buying a place in the villages. Like, how old are we? Are you 54 or 55?
I'm 54. You'll be 54 in October.
All right. So how old do you got to be to live in the villages? 55?
You can anybody can buy a house there. It's only a certain population, but the technical age is 55. But they have to allot a certain percentage that are under.
All right. So her parents live out there, and I was thinking about buying a place in the villages. And but I got this money getting spent out here on some shit. Now I'm not like Land Shark Transportation getting that free money coming in. So okay, my brother doesn't have to. Who started bringing up the villages? Because yeah, we've been thinking about the villages. Well, I don't have to worry about any problems they have in the villages because I really wouldn't be, there for that particular reason. Yeah, that was my other truck. Myra was in that truck. She was just out near Springfield. Now she's up in the Northeast. Am I going to get some good Mexican in San Diego? Yes. My boy Eric is talking about going down to Old Town and all that shit. Us real players that live in San Diego, we ain't down in Old Town to get that shit. I mean, that's a good tourist trappish kind of place to go get it. But, man, you can get the best Mexican food right out there at them little 24-hour places. Roberto's, Alberto's, Hilberto's, Aliberto's, all that. That's the shit right there. Now, if you want to go get a drink and all that kind of stuff, you can go multiple places. But the only reason I would go to Old Town is because it's right next to the Marine Corps base. So I go down there just to spin through there right quick and whatever. But Tijuana, it's been years since I went down to Tijuana. Last time I think I went to Tijuana before they started that started getting fucked up around. See, we used to go down to Tijuana and party back in the days. That was like where everybody that wasn't 21 went in the 80s and early 90s. But after that, it started changing. And that would have been near the late 90s, so I wouldn't go over there for no taco these days. Wait a second. No hippie, what's your take on suspenders? You talking about suspenders like clothes suspenders? Man, I used to be rocking them suspenders back in the days. Like seriously, back as early as like 19 or 2003. I remember rocking the suspenders and dress pants. Shit, that was clean back in the days. Get you a little tie, suspenders, shit like that. But then back in the like 90s, and you'd wear the little, the shorts with the overall suspenders. And yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's what you're talking about, but yeah, I used to be rocking all that. Man, I haven't barbecued in so long, Terry, that I might not even know how to barbecue anymore. How long do I plan on trucking? Well,
Yeah, do tell.
it's going to be at least long enough for me to get that free fucking money. That I can't say. But what I am going to do is I'm going to shut it down. I'm going to slow it down. So once that first truck is paid off, I'm just not going to keep grinding the same way. I might slow it down to where I'm out for like 2 weeks or, something like that. I'm not going to be keeping up the same pace. So I don't have a definite time on that, but I am going to be slowing it down. And then at some point, it might be to the point where I just fulfill whatever obligations I need to fulfill, which would be a load every 30 days or something like that. But I don't see me doing this forever or long term at the same pace, because this pace has been more than what I've wanted. Well, I know you're going down to Tijuana, and you're probably going to be good going there for what you're going there for now. But if you're going there to party, like I used to be going there for, it's not the time to do that anymore. Yeah, you're right, Twisted Big D. We'll get another one, but I'm gonna chill out. I was almost thinking about buying a place because really what I'm trying to do, because I'm always a proponent that everybody that's worried about how much money you make in it trucking, that's not the real money. The money is what you do with it. So I'd almost thought about buying a place in Springfield and having that as like a crash pad, or having it where maybe a group of people that want to have a home base in Springfield pay a few $100s a month to have access to it. Something like that. So I was thinking about that as well as that villages in Florida. My son is not even thinking about being no trucking career. I would be stopping that shit immediately. Yeah, I know. I've watched your videos, Michaela. No, there's a lot of people. As a matter of fact, my wife's parents, they'd be down in Puerto Vallarta and all that stuff, going to Mexican doctors and all that stuff. I don't think there's anything wrong with going down there to get all that stuff handled. The only problem is the recourse might be, if something does happen, maybe having some recourse as far as
My
that
mom
goes.
had her chemo in Mexico.
Okay, what's the difference?
They have actually good health care.
Right. That's what. Did you just fucking hear what I said?
Okay.
Not really. I'm listening.
Okay. Well, then don't listen at all.
Okay, I won't, because I'm listening to The Bachelor.
Thank you. She's over here watching some bullshit trying to.
You know what? I don't know what you said, but I know that it probably wasn't very nice, just so by your tone. Me.
Candy, what is up? Yep. Man, Myra has a bonus so big coming to her that she said, listen, I don't even want you to send the whole thing. Just send half of that. I don't want government to take all that money out in taxes. So she's doing well. What should we invest in with our trucking money? You know, somebody told me, I was on Facebook today and I took a screenshot of this. And I'm no guru on what to finance money. And I just know that spending it on cars and shit is not the way to go. That's one thing I will tell you. But you know what? Somebody had said they saw this electric truck in this Facebook group, and it was like a company called Nikola. So I looked up the stock. I don't know if that comes through. $606.70. So you know what? I might throw like $500 at that and just see what happens with it over the course of the next 5-10 years, something like that. It's not necessarily that you need to be the smartest person investing, because I'm obviously not the smartest person investing, but it's not investing in shit that you know is going to go down. Like me having a nice car that's one way. That is one thing I can guarantee you. No matter how good the car is, maybe if you buy some vintage shit, but that's totally. But 100% chance if you buy a car, it's going down in value. So, in a typical market, not no COVID bullshit. Maybe over the last few years you've been able to make money on, but not investing in stupid shit is how I insulate myself. So one thing I would rather spend. I could lose $2,000 on this Nikola stock, and over the course of 2-5 years, however long it would take for that to just go flat out to zero, or I could just buy a car and assure myself of that, even faster. So I'm just. It takes discipline to not buy all that shit, and that's one thing I see with young people in trucking, because I've seen it a lot. Truck drivers start making money. They come out of nowhere and they go buy the little startup kit. They go buy the fucking brand new car. Then they, buy all the shoes, and then they start like holding on to money and doing videos of them showing money and all this kind of stuff. And to me, it just looks foolish. Like if you can literally hold how much money you have, or that's what you think is a lot of money, that's not no money. Like if you show me a receipt, that's some money right there. Like, but you like having this much money, that's not money. I don't get it. And that's what I see a lot of. And that's what I'm trying to teach people from the mistakes that I was never that stupid, but I did some stupid shit. But I was able to balance it. Like I've been lucky in my life to where lucky things I've done have covered up some of the stupid shit I've done. And a lot of people haven't been that lucky. Buy stock in WWE. Are you talking about wrestling? Let me take a look at that shit. See if it. Let's see. WWE stock. You would definitely be gambling on the future, because you're not gambling on anything they've ever done in the past. So a lot of times you try to buy some stuff that may have been like up at some point in the past, but this you're just basically hoping it takes off from where it is now. And I don't know enough about the World Wrestling Federation to know if they've done something or plan on doing something different than the shit they've been doing. If you want to know something about investing in stocks, I know my boy Terry over at Tim Travels kind of has a dry personality, but that's somebody that could walk you through some shit right there. But sometimes it's a challenge if you get someone on the ranch, you know what I mean? Okay, let's see. Yep, definitely time to buy stocks while the market's down. That's like buying everything on sale. I would be participating more in that, but I'm just at a point where, we're probably going to stay here even if we don't necessarily stay here, probably hold on to the property regardless. So we got to put a deck on the place. So we're talking about at least about $30,000 there. Who knows, get a new master bathroom, upgrade that with all the bullshit. So how much is that going to be? So
I'm not trying to move.
yeah, your ass is walking up and down these stairs all easy. I might have to,
You're not here to walk up and down them all the
well, I
time.
might be. Anyway, so
It's all good.
anyway, at some point there's gonna be some money. So I've thought, maybe $100,000 put into this place. So that'd be cash. I ain't trying to be financing shit. So
And you're 53, not 80. You can handle stairs.
Shut up.
Stairs are good for you.
all right.
Good cardiovascular workout. Go up and down the stairs. You'll be good.
Yep. As a matter of fact, Michaela, what you're saying, the money you don't spend is money earned. I was talking to a guy when I was in my 20s, and this stuck with me. This stuck with me till now. And he said that a dollar saved is better than a dollar earned because you don't pay taxes on that dollar you saved. So that's always stuck with me. The problem is I wasn't able to capitalize on that as much when I was younger. Had I done that when I was younger, this would be a wrap. I mean, we're doing very well now.
Did you rewash your clothes, babe?
Yep.
Did you put them in the dryer?
Yep. I might need to put them back. I'm trying not to over dry them, so I just put them in for like 30 minutes now.
Oh, that. Babe.
Well, I put them in twice, so go check them. So anyway, we're killing it right now. Hey, listen, I'm going through a midlife crisis too. Shit, I wish I could go. Listen, and I'm not going to do it. But listen, I wouldn't go out and buy no damn Hellcat. But I'm going to show you what I was thinking about, or where I was thinking about. There's a place in Tennessee. That has cars for sale. Hey, before I put it on the screen, if you know what I'm talking about in Tennessee, put it in the comments below. Anyway, there's a place in Tennessee that sells these cars. Usually they're between $20,000 and $35,000. But they're old cars, 60s, 70s, shit like that. So it'd be like shit like that, like this GTO Judge right here, the orange one. That car right there is $32,000. You know what I'm saying? Or you go down here to those would be like some, Oldsmobile 442. You know, like Oldsmobile 442, like that. You know, that car right there is like $24,000. You know, those would be cars that would tempt me to do it. You know, I mean, shit, even this. You know, get that old school Camaro right there. Can't really see it that well. Anyway, that right there, $13,000. I mean, those would be cars I would be thinking about doing. And those would be cars that, you know, you buy a car like that, you know, even let's say you overpay for like this Chevelle or whatever, or the 442 or whatever it is. Let's say you spend a little bit too much money on it. You're not going to lose all the fucking money in it. I mean, it's still going to be worth, you know, within, like, it's not going to go down any more than like $8,000 for the life of the car potentially. No, they're not 100,000 plus. I'm telling you, this place. Go on their website, Maple Motors. It's in Tennessee. And well, see the Barrett Jack. See, these are like not perfect. Like these aren't going to be like the absolute perfect cars. Like if you were going to go like try to get like these are cars that, you know, are well maintained cars. They brought them up to different standards, but they're not trying to pass themselves off as classics. You know what I mean? They're you know what they're called? They're drivable cars. They're not a car that you're going to buy and be afraid to drive it. But anyway, go check them out. If you happen to be Maple Motors. Let's see, where are they from? Family owned for 39 years, specializing in classic customs and hot rod vehicles. And like I said, I'm not going there because I'm thinking about buying nothing, but I just like to see what they have coming out there. And like I said, they're the ones that are saying, you know what, these are like drivable cars. They're not, you know, perfect mint condition. They're going to have flaws or whatever, but, you know, you're not spending. Like my high school car, if I was to go try to buy that right now, because I know the guy that has it, he lives in the house that I used to live in, that's going to be $75,000 to get that car. The way he has it, like back to the original condition and all that, easy 75,000. So anyway, that is about it. And if somebody's asking, my high school car was a 1969 Dodge Charger 440, and it was the shit. So when I had the car, so if it was 1969, 79, 89, so I had this car in 86. So not quite 20 years old at the time. That's what I'm talking about, that passive income. As a matter of fact, we just had some passive income dropped off on the 8th every month. You know, second Wednesday every month. We love it. All right, I'm about to get off, so it doesn't take you a whole week. I wasn't planning on taking this long to do this video, but let me just Have one last drink with you guys before I go. It's not going to be a real one. I'm just going to add just a little, because warm gin is not the way to go, but I want to have at least one last drink with you guys. Hey man, I'm just like that. I get out to my truck the day before I'm supposed to leave. And listen, now that they changed this whole Denver yard situation, it might be different than that. I might have to go out there. I don't know how soon they plan on getting another yard in Denver, so I might end up having to because listen, my neighborhood, you are not pulling up in here in no fucking truck for more than a few hours. I could just hear these motherfuckers bitching about it right now. So I probably have to get the truck and get out there. I don't know. I still don't know how I'm going to play that one. Yeah, the Denver yard was a good yard, man. As a matter of fact, I mean, I don't know what the purpose of getting rid of it was. I don't think they had 100% control over that yard. That may be the problem. And then something from there. But I mean, it was a nice little yard. Had like 4 or 5 offices in it, restroom, laundry, a couple showers. You had like a little workout room if you want to do that. Had a big screen TV, all that shit. Room for about 50, 60 trucks if you had to put them in there. If you knew where to go, a lot of people, they park down there, don't know what's close, but they have all the food out there. Well, all the Mexican food. If you like Mexican food, all the Mexican shit's out there. So I'm a little upset about that. And they said they're looking for another place. I don't know what the deal is, but if they don't come up with something different with that, it will completely change the way I run. For one tell WC, if you know the Denver area, we live out in very far. We live on the corner, or we live way out east and south. So we live if you're familiar with the area, like C470 and Arapahoe Road or C470 and Smoky Hill Road. We live kind of we actually live in Centennial, but we live where Centennial, Aurora, and almost kind of where Parker would kind of meet in that area. Yeah, I have been to that pilot in Beaver, Utah. I don't remember the burritos all that well, but I have been out there. So I live a ways from the Denver yard. The Denver yard is a little bit more kind of urban, and where I live is a little bit more, pinky finger and shit like that. Okay, wait, what? Let me see this. Yeah, I got no clue. I've never been down there. Furthest I've been that way was Dallas. I live in Pittsburgh. You know what? Pittsburgh, it surprised me. Maybe about a year ago, I had to deliver a load in Pittsburgh. It was some bullshit. It was down there by the stadium. And it was a load that got rejected. We had to take it down into Pittsburgh. And that shit is tight driving down in there. And I had a student driving at the time. And I'm glad that I was up in the passenger seat and all this stuff, because everything kept saying, make a left turn here. And I was like, you're not going to make that turn. Just keep going straight. Make a left turn here. You're not going to make that turn. Keep going. So finally we got to where we could make that turn. And then we kind of made it around. But that Pittsburgh, like, one thing I say about Denver is very progressive as far as their, well, just everything. But I mean, as far as real estate, you know, like downtown living, lofts, all that kind of stuff. In Pittsburgh, that downtown area by the Riverfront Stadium and all that, like those lofts and all that shit down there, that was nice. I'd almost think about buying some shit down, like if it wasn't Pittsburgh. But that it was nice down there. I mean, because I wouldn't go to Pittsburgh per se on vacation or anything. And if it was a second home, that would be what it'd be for. But yeah, Pittsburgh, nice. Mike, I think they're talking about getting another place down there in Denver. I don't think they'd have closed it for any other reason than that. They said they're looking for something else. So maybe it is going to be a legitimate terminal. Maybe they're trying, like, one thing that I'm kind of thinking about, and I can't, none of these guys have enough information. But if you think about it, there's a lot of trucking companies that are having problems right now where you could just go in and buy the whole fucking terminal app. So I'm not sure if that's kind of what their thoughts are. Because why would you leave Atlanta? As shitty as that yard was and all that kind of stuff, I mean, why would you just leave that? Leave Denver without having any other plans made? To me, it makes no sense. So there has to be something. All right, now Pittsburgh might be dangerous, but goddamn, it ain't like it's West Memphis or no shit like that. And I would even say Cleveland might be a little bit more rugged than Pittsburgh. I don't know. I'm just saying. Is the Denver yard down by the airport? No, it's more, the Denver yard is like, it's kind of by the airport, but it's like further north and a little bit further west. So it'll be on I-270 and I-25 area, if that makes sense. See, it just wouldn't make sense for them not to have a yard out there anymore. And even if you said, okay, well, maybe they wouldn't want a yard out there anymore, why would they give up 2 yards and not have anything to replace it with? That just doesn't make any sense. And there are a ton of loads that get repowered out of that yard or out of that area. So whether it's Denver or Kansas, I mean, there has to be something along that corridor that makes sense. It doesn't have to be Denver. Because I've almost thought about it, like, you know, maybe I just fucking like park my shit in Springfield and drive to Denver. You know, it's not that big of a deal. It's not that big of a deal, but that's a good yard. And the thing about it is that's a yard where everybody else is. Navajo, you know, you have Stevens, you know, you have like all these other mega Swift. You have all these other companies that are down in there. And now Prime's not going to be there. Doesn't make sense. What's that other off-brand place that's down there with the blue, light blue? Not Warner, but forget. I don't see anybody else is leaving other than Prime. Now, the only thing I can see is I don't know the finances of other companies out there. I do know that there's probably companies, not necessarily in Denver, but other companies that have terminals that could probably use the money more than they would like a terminal right now. So I could see that. I could see them giving up a terminal in Denver and then somebody losing a terminal in Kansas and saying, okay, we're just going to move it to Kansas. That makes sense, but just the thing I don't like about Prime is sometimes they'll do shit without enough. Like they'll do some shit and not give you any like they won't tell you what the fuck is going on. Like, okay, we're shutting this down. Like they're saying, okay, well, we're shutting this down. If you have a personal car in the Denver yard by October 1st, it needs to be gone. There's motherfuckers that stay out longer than, the amount of time that they fucking gave for this. So them just making that statement alone without here's what our plans are or whatever it is, to me, that's piss poor management skills on whoever did that. Let me read. Hey, you're talking about somebody popping, making money. You're talking about somebody popping your seal. That's the last thing you need to be worried about. And that's something I was going to talk about. People have talked about it. You need to be watching out for people fucking pulling your fifth wheel. This has become a fucking problem out here. And I've seen it like last year. There's places that you people should not be dropping trailers. Like last year, not even a year ago, I was at a Love's in Green River, Wyoming. There is nobody that fucking loads around there, unloads, none of that shit. A truck dropped the fucking trailer, leaving that fucking truck stop. Not that guy didn't leave the fucking shipper with the pin pulled and just drove out there and then it finally dropped. There's assholes out here pulling that shit. So I wouldn't worry about it, but you have no control over somebody pulling your seal. You know what I'm saying? If somebody pulls your seal, you just report it and say, this is what happened. Half the time they ain't going to check the seal anyway. But these motherfuckers out here are pulling your fucking fifth wheel, and people are dropping trailers all over the place out here. I mean, this is ridiculous. And that's one thing that I don't understand. This part about the trucking industry is that you will have, like,
Excuse me.
what would propel somebody to pull somebody's fifth wheel? I could almost I could almost understand somebody breaking into your truck if they want, but breaking into your truck, there's an obvious. Andrea, could I get some ice, please?
I have my headphones on.
I know. I just wanted to talk to you in that loving tone of voice.
Now you want to be polite, Andrea.
Can I just get some ice, please?
Andrea.
All right. So
Earlier we were Mr. Sutton spicy things.
I can understand somebody breaking into somebody's truck. The obvious goal is to get some shit out of the truck or whatever, steal the truck, whatever. But when your goal is to just embarrass somebody or make somebody's life harder or do something like that, I just don't get it. I don't get what the point is for that. And it's the negativity that goes along. Like, it's part of this YouTube shit. You know what I mean? I would say I'm part of it on the periphery of this shit. But you have these YouTube, like there's a whole segment of, you have YouTube truck drivers and all they do is they're into all this fucking drama and all that bullshit. You don't have time to fuck with them. You got these other people that are out here, and I'm going to say this as delicately as I can about this motherfucker that puts up these videos about bonehead truckers and shit like this. How can you call somebody a bonehead trucker when you're afraid to fucking drive in the snow? You know what I'm saying? So you have all these people that are out here either taking videos of people or that are out here posting videos of people that are doing some crazy shit. And this is the shit that I hate about truck driving. When your whole day is made by looking at somebody that, tried to pull over on the side of a highway and accidentally their load flipped. You know what? Is it their fault? Yes. But is it, what do you get out of making fun of that person? Or somebody that's trying to pull out of a parking spot and they make a left too fast and they end up tearing up somebody's shit. You know what? I just don't get the fascination behind it. And yeah, check it as often as as possible. Sometimes I'll get it in the truck or whatever, and it'll I will have sat in there for a while, and I just like what, let me pop these trailer brakes. Now, what you can't do is you can't be like, okay, let me do a tug test with my landing gear up and then push on the gas. You know what I'm saying? So all I gotta do is pop the little brakes. You know what? Push in my yellow, put it in drive, and let it kind of just pull forward a little naturally. So if it is going to drop, it's going to drop on my frame or whatever. But, I mean, it's just ridiculous. As a matter of fact, I saw it another. What is she doing?
So mine.
Okay, that was a bunch of water in there.
It's probably from the ice melting.
It didn't melt that damn quick. Are you talking about, did you pour out the ice?
What?
Did you pour out? Oh, all right.
There was no ice in there. It was all melted.
All right.
There was no ice cubes. I added ice cubes. But this is vodka. If you want plain olives, there's plain olives in there.
I got the fire olives coming tomorrow. All right, so yeah, so I mean that's shit I don't like about trucking. Then you got all these, everybody's got to be the best at everything, and owner operators talking shit about lease operators talking shit about company drivers. I mean, everybody's. That's what I don't like about truck driving, is that some of this back and forth shit. Anyway. No, that's not water down there. .322 is a nice little highway. Well, I don't know. There's a nice little truck stop I like going to. It's a fairly new one in State College, Pennsylvania. In Florida, boy, if you're talking about this being watered down now, I'd already gone through a bunch of this earlier. We're like 3 hours and some, way longer than I thought I was going to be into this. Let's see. Flatbed versus reefer versus specialized. Listen, this is not any secret. I think at prime you're going to do better at reefer than you are in flatbed. But I think if I was 26, if I was in my 20s and I was like really making truck driving a career, flatbed would be the way to go. Flatbed is a career, has a career path, and reefer is just a job. You know what I'm saying? Like, no matter how good you get a reefer, I mean, you could only back so good. You could only pop that seal, just right. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's like your ceiling and floor in reefers about like that. You know what I mean? Like, the best reefer driver and the worst, like that. Whereas the best flatbed driver and the worst flatbed driver, like you can't even reach that high. You know what I'm saying? So, as a career path, if I really want to get out there and do that work, obviously, like I said, younger days, all that kind of stuff. And the only reason I say younger, I mean, you can still go out and do it now, but you got to be thinking that career path may take longer than I'd want to be in trucking. You know what I mean? To go from regular flatbed to, keep building and building and building to where you're out there doing the crazy shit. But, I think there's a career path in flatbed, and maybe even like tanker or something like that to some degree, but not the same. But that being said, and I know that some of it has to do with them spread tandems and all that kind of stuff, but if you want to see somebody fuck up some backing, go watch a few like flatbed people try to back in, and no matter how much they try to say that they could back, if you take them all as a whole, reefer and box trucks be backing up way better than fucking flatbed. There's no question about it. No matter how good you think that you can back up flatbed, there's somebody out there that's like doing away with. There's no comparison. Flatbed cannot back as good as reefers. It's just the way it is. And that being said, there's some, you fuck around with Swift or Warner on some of these Dollar General accounts, and maybe they're even doing it better than the other people. So, but yeah, flatbed, I want somebody to come in here and say that they can back really good flatbed, and I'm gonna say, you know what, you could probably even do it better if you're a reefer, because what happens? They get done with their shipper and receiver early. So what are they doing? Parking early. What are they doing? Pulling through. What are they doing when they go pick up the shipper? Are they really backing in all that often? No, not really. So their opportunities to actually back in are maybe a quarter, if that, maybe 1/5 the amount of time that reefers are backing in. So you can get me with all that flatbed all you want. I'm telling you, I'll give you guys do the work, but you guys ain't backing in that well. And I've sat there and listen, I'm a truck stop connoisseur. I like to sit and like study backing techniques when I'm at the truck stop. So I sit there and watch it. And as a whole, flatbed is a little more challenged, just so you know. Oh, well, put your time in at Prime and your experience, bro. Let's see. Bro, I'm making enough money as it is. Shit, why am I even thinking about leaving Prime? First of all, and second of all, as I keep saying, real players do not worry about their income. They worry about what the money is doing, not how much is coming in. You know what I'm saying? So the average, I'm going to make this short and sweet. The average person I dealt with that was a millionaire when I was in the mortgage business was not somebody that made $150,000 or $200,000 a year. It was somebody that made $70,000 a year that was disciplined enough to put their money aside and do a few little things with their money. That's where the money's coming from, not how much you're bringing in. Facts on that. So, that being said, I mean, I'm doing pretty well, so there's really no reason for me to even worry about going anywhere else. Like I said, I got money getting dropped off. Like, anyway, we ain't going into where everything's coming from. I'm doing fine. Talking about tasers being illegal, all that. Don't know about that. I started off running flatbed at Roll Transport. I definitely, like I said, flatbed, all respect to flatbed drivers, especially those that can back. I can do a perfect straight line back. You know what? That's good because some people can't. I don't think well, if a taser's illegal, I got one of them little stun gun things, so I think that's legal. Oh, okay. All right. I wasn't sure if anybody's trying to take shots at the motherfucker, so I guess you weren't. Okay, good to go. Let your money make money. Obviously, that's kind of what I try to talk about. I'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6. You know what? And I agree with that, but you know what? That's easier said than done when you driving through Mexico or driving through Texas and they got that little like the scanner that like scans your truck and you got to drive through that and it will pick up that gun. It's easy to say that shit. So I don't know. I'm just not, you know, I can't live my life that afraid about shit. So I don't even think, I mean, listen, the last time I had a gun, I was in the Marines. So I've just never felt that scared for my life. That's what I was saying. There's room to move up in flatbed. So there's a career path. So for those people that are, you know, so I don't, if you're a prime and you're in flatbed, I'm going to just tell you, you ain't making as much money as the people in reefer. Just think. So, but what you do have is a career path. You know what I mean? So if you do plan on being in this for a while, you do have a path to keep moving up and up. You know what I'm saying? So you do have that. So if I was really about that life and I was younger, I would go flatbed. As a matter of fact, my boy that I've known, I mentioned him numerous occasions. He became a truck driver in '94. He is the epitome of a grumpy ass truck driver. And he's been doing it since '94. And he is the truck driver that calls the super truckers like rookies. You know what I'm saying? He's been doing this for that long. And he's done every level of this. And it's flatbed that's giving him that flexibility. So, yeah. Let me get down here. What's the company gonna say to your family when somebody tried to rob you? I don't know. I don't know about if anybody's gonna rob me or not gonna rob me. I think I have just good a chance getting robbed. Fuck, depending on where you live. Here's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna average everything out. Okay. So if somebody's gonna say, well, dang, being a truck driver is dangerous and somebody can rob me, well, I'm gonna average that out by where I live at home. So where I live at home is so fucking like like you're gonna get robbed type shit. And then I kind of average that with what I'm doing out on the road, then that would be my average level of getting robbed. Now if I lived in West Memphis or some shit and then I was a truck driver, now you're like you're not averaging it out all that well. So maybe I think about it. But I just don't really think about getting robbed when I'm out on the road. I'm having to squint with this alcohol. All right, let's see. You know, watching people back is the main way that I learned how to. You know, when I got off my second trainer's truck, shout out to my man Devian. You know, I knew what to do. It just wasn't. I had to develop my own technique, and watching other people back is kind of how I developed my technique. And when I'm training somebody, like Eric was just in here earlier, you know, it's hard for me to like. I want him to develop his own technique, but I know he's going to do it entirely different than I'm going to do it. once he gets out on his own. So I try not to like step on it too much. I mean, I try to say the obvious shit, like normal people when they're new, chronic oversteers. You know what I'm saying? So if he gets a Freightliner and he oversteers the way he's steering now, he might be like 4 docks over by the time he gets where he needs to go. But I just try to like, let people kind of come up with their own techniques and try not to get too involved in it unless they think they're going to hit some shit. But I don't even remember what my fucking point was. Oh, watching people back. Yeah. So one thing I will tell you is you will learn how to back. If you're in here watching this and you haven't, you're concerned about learning how to back. The girl driving my truck, she didn't know how to back a lick when she got off her trainer's truck. She had to basically teach herself how to back her truck. And one thing that will happen is you will learn how to do it. It may not be easy because she was embarrassing herself. I'm actually surprised that she actually was able to learn how to back because it was so embarrassing when she first did it. But you will learn. So don't stress out about it. You're going to learn your own technique. If you're on your trainer's truck and you're struggling because you don't think you could do it and you're trying to do it the way he's going to do it, when you get out there on your own, it's going to be totally different. You're going to do your own thing. You're probably going to, it's not going to take long for you to develop your own technique. But spend that time watching other people and what they're doing and what their mistakes are. All right. Well, in replying to some of these comments, you know what? Some trainers aren't even letting their people back up. You know what I'm saying? They're not even like allowing them to back up. So they don't have a chance to judge them one way or another. And who's in here still? Mike is a joke. Who's Mike? Oh, well. I see. Anyway. Hey, when did you get that van for?
What?
Did you get that van? What time is it?
Yes.
For when?
The 19th to the 29th. Before you said.
Call Mary.
Huh?
Call Mary and tell her.
I'll text her.
Why don't you just call her?
I don't like talking on the phone.
Oh my God. I got a 50-something-year-old wife acting like she's a fucking 14-year-old, like she doesn't like to talk on the phone. I'll call. Don't worry about it.
I'm looking up dog strollers.
Oh, what? All right. Have I ever kicked a student off my truck or had a terrible? I've had the best fucking students. I haven't had a problem with any of them. No, I've had no problems with any of them.
See, now's the time to tell you things when you're doing this. So I'm thinking about a dog carrier on wheels. Or
For what?
For vacation, because your babies won't have to walk on the hop around.
They ain't gonna be going everywhere. No, you ain't gonna have to worry about that.
Okay. I'm thinking about your little lovey
Yeah,
pies.
they ain't gonna need to be out there doing all that.
Mhm.
All right, so no, okay. Somebody said what was the question? How can they pass the test without backing? There's a difference between backing in between cones and backing in between some real shit. So that's like kind of the difference right there. Uh, so that's kind of, you know, like I was the master at backing between some cones. And then I got out there in some real shit, and I didn't have all that room out in front, or I didn't have all that space in between. This is a totally different thing. So that was kind of hard. And then, like I said, I spent 7 months with my TNT trainer, the second one, and just mechanically, we approached backing in two totally separate ways. So even to this day, when I'd say, okay, we're even back in, like we can both back the same, maybe he's a little bit better, maybe I'm a little bit better. The approach is totally different. Like he sets up in a totally different way than I do. So the entire time that I was in training, learning how to back, I was learning the concepts, but it was like fighting my urge to do it the way I'm kind of doing it now. And it was kind of not creating a problem, but it was like I really couldn't flourish until I was able to do it kind of more or less on my own and or without trying to, it's hard to explain. Anyway, uh, I could back like a champ on the pad. Me too. I got a little backing wasn't the same. Definitely. Why did I spend 7 months on my trainer's truck? Because I actually wanted to learn what I was doing. So rather than worrying about how long the training was, I wanted to learn the shit, to be honest with you. So that's one thing that I've learned in 54 years, coming up in a month or whatever, is that slower is faster. And I was able to, 7 months might have been a little longer than I needed. I still think that every month, if I could do it over again, I might have cut that down by about 2 months, but still, I think that it was valuable. You know what I'm saying? So when I got out on my own, I wasn't having the same mistakes that, like, and I'm gonna just say this, and I'm not. This isn't like shitting on anybody. There's nobody that came out of their trainer's truck that went for 30,000 miles in their trainer's truck that was anywhere close to the way where I was when I got out after 7 months. It just didn't happen. So I went. It was completely seamless, no questions, no nothing. It was that seamless, and uh, so that's what that extra time did for me. And then it not only did that, it sped up everything else. So then when I felt I was so comfortable with that it was like, okay, you know what? So everything was slow at the beginning, and then it was like, okay, we're comfortable now. We're going straight lease, boom, and then we're going to go get a second truck like a lot sooner than most people, and it would have been another third truck sooner than that. So everything's slower up front learning it, and then it's more accelerated down the road. So that's why I did it. And even though I don't think I was learning in that much after a certain point, it was going to all these different shippers and receivers that kind of, that was the experience. That was the experience that you gain down the road, rather than, okay, well now I know how to back, or whatever. It was just, different shippers, different receivers, all that kind of stuff. So And where it comes in handy now, like I said, I'm no trainer, but what's a student going to say to me? You didn't have to do this shit? Or like nobody can look at me and be like, well, you didn't have to do this, or whatever the situation is. I could look at every single person that I will ever probably train and say, I went through more shit than you're going to go through, and they can't do nothing but respect that if it comes to that point. So it becomes a positive in that aspect. Like I said, I'm no trainer. I train people sporadically, and I might train somebody next year. I thought about doing it when I come off of home time this time, but probably not. But yeah. So it looks like we have the motorhome or van or whatever booked. What day are we leaving?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Okay, remember I have headphones on.
So what day we getting it?
The 19th.
Where do we pick it up?
In the evening.
Where do we pick it up? Do you have to call them or anything?
Chambers, close to Smith Road and I-70.
Do we have to call them? Or we just show up? Or
I'll read the paperwork in a minute. Are you still doing your video?
Yeah.
Okay, then now's not really a time to talk about it, is it?
I wasn't really trying to talk to you. I was trying to give you instructions. Call them, tighten the shit up. Like me asking the question was a way to just say do it.
Okay, again, I'm in the middle of listening to some shit.
All right. Okay.
So, and you're doing a video, right?
Yep. That is the rub right there. Yeah, I'm gonna leave this video up. No reason to take it down. Hey, I worked for this shit right here. 2 months out on the road or whatever it was, without a man. I don't even think that I got the obligatory stopping in to Springfield and going to the. Oh, that's right, I did. Somewhere maybe a month and a half ago, we stopped in at Springfield. We were gonna be there for about 48 hours. I think I stopped at Fire and Ice. And they didn't. That whole place was shut down. So I think I might have got a margarita or something. Man, this has been a long time coming right here. Yeah, this is and the problem with staying out. And I admire anybody that can. I can't do it, but you stay out for I think 2 months. What I did this time. In 2 months, by the time you're that second month in, to me, and like I said, I just did a fucking bone. I might even talk about that shit. Like I said, but I ain't no snitch. But you start making little stupid ass mistakes and stuff like that because you're, when you first get out there off of home time, you're all dialed in and, maybe you spend a day knocking off the rust, but you're all motivated and you're out, doing everything. And, after you're 2 months in, especially training or teaming 2 months in, things start getting a little sloppy, that kind of stuff. And that's kind of what anytime I've spent 2 months out twice within the last year, maybe year and a half. And it's never been good.
No.
Yeah, so I hear you, 412. I usually, I, what would be perfect for me would be 5 weeks out in 11 to 14 days home. That would be perfect. Now, there's certain reasons why I wouldn't do that. Like maybe I didn't make as much money out on that run that I wanted to make, or it took me a little bit longer to get into home time or off of home time. Meaning, when you, if you're not into this business yet, if you're going into home time or off of home time, sometimes there's a lag to get into home time. So you may not be getting the best loads into home time, or you may not be getting the best loads out of home time. They're just trying to get you in and out. So I don't really count those days, but so really I count that as a week lost in my mind. So in 4 weeks, there's the amount of money that I want to make. And
You're mean. Stop it.
if I don't make that money, then that's kind of a lot, not where I want to be. But that will determine if I take off 11 days or 14 days. I guess if that makes sense. I've been on recaps for 62 days. See, that's what I'm talking about.
Go lay down with daddy. Go.
Yeah,
Penny's
like I
being a
said,
bully.
she's earned it.
Go lay down
She's
with daddy.
45 years old.
Go. Go lay down
Penny,
with
come
daddy.
here.
Go lay down with daddy.
Penny, come here.
She's being a bully to Frankie.
Penny. Penny. All right, well. Frankie ain't coming here. Anyway, so that would determine how long I'd stay off, whatever. And now it's even harder, you know what I'm saying? So, I stayed out all that time before. My other truck was in the shop for like a grip of time, and then it needed like some work and all this kind of stuff. So I'm like, I think there was a good, I think there was a good like 8 weeks, almost 9 weeks where I didn't get paid. You know what I'm saying? But with little knick-knack shit that was going on with boat trucks and stuff like that. So that wasn't why I didn't come home, but that was like shit that was happening. You know what I mean? I just come off of home time on my own truck, so I'm negative in that truck, which is cool. I don't have a problem with that. I got the bang and emergency fund. So I come out, I'm running, and then her truck goes down. That needs to get some work done, all that kind of stuff. So she gets all that stuff done. Everything's cool. I'm running. Then I'm out in New Jersey. Then I have some issues with my truck. Then that truck's. So, I mean, it's like a lot of that goes into how long I'm going to be taking off. So those are things that have just happened that kind of changed. But anyway, 5 weeks is what I typically would run. Once this truck gets paid off, that's going to be changing a little bit. Yeah, so you're always kind of sacrificing, and I don't look at it as whole weeks. I look at it as I'm sacrificing a half week and a half week. But I'd prefer to dig myself out of holes rather than using my emergency fund, because that emergency fund, that's, I tell people to put money in emergency funds. A lot of people don't do it because they just, for one reason or another. You can obviously save the money in your own, but that's just a sneaky way to save a lot of money. I mean, that's a way to save a lot of money. So if you're watching this and you're new, thinking about coming to Prime, put 20 cents a mile into your emergency fund. Next thing you know, bang, you've got a bunch of money saved. Oh, Crystal, that's my road dog right there. Shoo. What's up, Crystal? She was out there. I was my pad partner back in the days out in Salt Lake City. She put in her year at Prime. As a matter of fact, Crystal, if you're still in there, say what up so I can know you're still here before I tell your story. If anybody thinks you can get fired from Prime for doing some shit, but Crystal was fucking up some shit. Boy. Ain't that right, Crystal? Oh, that's my girl. Got a speeding ticket going into a way station. Come on, Crystal. Let me know you're still in here. And can I tell all the stories? Shoot. Hey, Crystal, a warning is a ticket. You know what I'm saying? You get charged the same. You still get hit the same. Man, Crystal, I'm going to tell you, that was my road dog right there in training in Salt Lake City. So, she came out and she got the little lightweight. She was making all the money. And she decided to make the pivotal mistake. She was doing well, all that kind of stuff. Decided to go California Regional Walmart. There was no way to run that account legally and do what they wanted to do. So she's getting she's getting like parking tickets, all this kind of stuff. She'll tell you, she like tore some shit up, maybe not on that account, but she tore some shit up. So here's where I think crime is they could maybe think through things a little bit further. So you have a driver that you think is having issues driving the truck. So what you think is logical is for you to say, I think this driver needs more education. How about we send them across I-80 in the wintertime so they can come out here and do it in Springfield, Missouri? That makes no fucking common sense. If you think a truck driver has problems and they need additional training, sending them across I-80 in the wintertime makes no fucking sense whatsoever. That makes no sense. So that's what they did, is send her across I-80 in the winter. She made it. That wasn't a problem. But if you think somebody has a problem driving a truck, why are you sending them across I-80 in the wintertime? You don't think that could have got handled in Salt Lake City? I do run a CB, and yeah, I definitely, man, having a CB to me, I felt naked when I didn't have a CB for a few months, or wasn't a few months. In January, when I switched trucks, I couldn't get the CB in right away, so I probably ran 2 months without a CB, and I felt completely exposed. Anybody that says that they don't need a CB, there's so much shit that you can learn, that you can hear on a CB. Oh, and they lowered her speed to 58 miles an hour. Didn't tell her. So yeah. So anyway, the CB, I could think of multiple times. I'd thrown a tread when I was in training, and somebody in Wyoming said, "Hey, Prime, you threw a tread." Boom. All right, that's great. That was one time. There was another time when I told somebody that their fucking brake was on fire on their truck. There was another time when I was in like Chobani in upstate New York, and the guy this was not a student, but a guy that was on my truck was supposed to do a pre-trip on the trailer. He did all that shit and left the fucking door open. So I'm leaving Chobani and my door's all open. I didn't notice it driving. Another truck driver on the road is like, "Hey, Prime, you got a door open on your shit." So boom, appreciate it. Boom, shut my door. I'm coming down a steep downgrade in Pennsylvania, like first winter out I got on the road. Coming down that downgrade, there's a turn, so you can't see around this corner, but there was an accident that happened at the bottom of that curve, and there was somebody saying that there's an accident at the bottom of this hill, break it down. So save me there. I just can't see running without a CB. That's enough's enough. Regardless of what anybody says, nobody can say that it's like detrimental. It's break even at worst. Yeah, lights out on a trailer. I just said that to a flatbed driver the other night. Hey, yo, westbound flatbeds, you need to check them lights, yo. I'm doing A80. Okay, like a boss trucking. I'm doing I-80 in the wintertime. That is great for you. I'm encouraging my other driver not to do that, not because she can't do it. If you look at all her videos from back in the days, that's all she talks about. I'm on I-80 in the wintertime. It's a blizzard. And she's out there rolling. It's not a matter of being capable of doing it. It's being financially, it's financially irresponsible to do it. So I will be telling her if a load's going across I-80, that's the only time I really will try to get involved with it and be like, you know what? I'll tell the fleet manager before the winter comes, maybe not to do that. Not because she can't, because basically to save her from herself. Not the accident, the time. Why am I wanting to have a truck sitting out on I-80 in the wintertime? It's not a big dick swinging contest. This is about money. Yeah, she should. Myra in my other truck, that girl will go anywhere, anytime. I gotta back her off of that shit. Yeah, Myra is a beast in Wyoming. That's why I try to back her off that shit. This is about this isn't big dick swinging contest. This is about getting to them loads and being stuck on the side of the road and I-80 and missing appointments is not what I call a very profitable situation. So do it in spurts, don't be trying to live across that shit. You know what I mean? Rich, you might need to put in your fucking work first before you go out there talking all this. At least put in a little work and then kind of like tell them some shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? But I agree. Hey, Myra will come across in her videos as she's an airhead, but that girl is about that life. All right, Crystal. Be good to see you back out here in these streets. I'm just saying, everybody can find their different ways to run, all that kind of stuff. I'm just saying, whatever it is, find whatever your like. I've never straight up told my fleet manager that I don't want to do this or don't want to do that. It's almost inferred because I don't want anybody feeling like I'm trying to put them in a box. So over time, there's ways you can do that. You know what I mean? Without coming off like the prima donna that I'm basically am. You know what I mean? Well, listen, these last winters, there was nowhere to escape. You know what I'm saying? So I think actually I was just talking to somebody. I was like, there was because I usually try to make it a rule not to go west of I-80 in wintertime, but I was like, I did it like twice, but I couldn't remember why I did it. And now that I'm reminded of it, I did it because the winter was so bad across the country that I was like, if I'm gonna be fucked, I might as well just do what they want me to do. It was like a load going to California. I forget where they were going, but I stopped in Cortez, Colorado on both of them. One of them was a load that I was supposed to take east over 70 into Colorado, and I ended up dipping down 6 and going down to 40 and doing that whole thing. But I did it twice, and that's because the winter last year was so bad and so long that it was almost like it didn't matter. Like I could say I don't want to go across 80 in the wintertime and all. It was just bad everywhere, so it didn't matter. So I went ahead and took the loads. So you can hide, but you ain't gonna hide that good. If this winter is like it was last winter, I think this winter is gonna be worse than last winter because you can almost tell that there's more moisture in the air, and it's like kind of more that hotter, steamier kind of feel to it. This winter, I think it's gonna be a monster. Well, see, Montana and Dakotas are actually, I think, worse as far as the actual driving goes, but there's less trucks on the road, and the trucks is what makes it more dangerous. So, all things being equal, if I had a choice between taking an 80 or 90, I'm going to take 90 because there's less chance. You're up there by yourself. You don't have, you know, 100 trucks, and then you have 15 super truckers fucking it up for everybody out there driving 70 miles an hour past everybody. Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, you're up there all by yourself. So I'd always take that if there's an option to do either one. Yeah, 80 could be fucked up, but so can, I mean, there's so many places that could be fucked up. Like I said, this winter did not discriminate. There was bad weather damn near everywhere, and it just kept lingering on. Like it was demotivating. It was like lasting so long. Okay, JJ the trucker I just talked to him about, there was a driver at Prime that put out a video that said that he heard that he wasn't doing good. And I didn't want to talk about that. JJ the trucker is doing fine. As a matter of fact, last time I talked to him, he's going to Greece and Italy and all kinds of other bullshit like that. He said he's making better money than he was making at Prime. Or I don't know if it was better money. He had more flexibility, whatever it was. He was happy with where he was at. So, I know somebody had put out a video saying that they thought all these people were failing or whatever, and that's why they left. Or that's why you don't hear from them. That's not the case. JJ is doing fine. But one thing I will give people that leave Prime, you cannot find anybody that doesn't leave Prime that doesn't try to talk about them for the next month and a half. Like if you ever see me leave Prime, you ain't gonna hear me, talking about that shit. I'm not gonna be talking about them for the next year and a half. How good they were, how bad they were. When I'm done, I'm done. I ain't trying to be out here comparing shit. 10 things I liked about Prime. 10 things I didn't like about Prime. Why I left Prime. Why I might go back to Prime.
Ben.
You're getting close though.
So anyway. That's about all I got to say about that. Who said anything about David H? I didn't necessarily say anything about David H. I'm just talking about anybody that does that. That's like the playbook. Hey, as long as you're happy where you're at, that's all that matters. You know what I mean? I have never even thought about saying Prime was the only way to go or anything like that because it's not. I could think, man, there are job opportunities that I've heard of at Swift that I thought were excellent. Like if I lived in Texas, I probably would not be working for Prime. I would probably be working for Swift. You know what I mean? So I'm not all about that. I'm just saying if I leave a place, I'm not going to spend the rest of my life talking. You know what I mean? That becomes ridiculous at some point. You know what I mean? I mean, gee, really? You know what I'm saying? And if you're doing better, great. You know what I'm saying? You just ain't ever gonna see me do that. Like, I'll be riding off into the sunset type of a motherfucker. Like, I'm not gonna be here talking about this shit forever. If I left Prime, you'd be like, "Well, I might say I'm leaving, you know, whatever, where I'm at, something." But that'd be it. I'm not like spending my life talking about the motherfucker. Yeah. You know okay. Now I'm not even talking about Trucker Dude Brent. I mean, although he could fall in that category. One thing I will say about Trucker Dude Brent, and this is one thing I will say, because I am going to mention one thing. So we do have somebody that left Prime, and they said they left Prime because of money. And I was like, I was sitting there trying to figure out, okay, why is that? So anyway, when Trucker Dude Brent had put out a video talking about the money he was making, at that point, I was like, you know, because one thing I will give Trucker Dude Brent is he was a grinder. So when he put out those numbers, I was like, okay, that's about what I'm talking about. Well, when this other person that just left Prime looked at his video and did a reaction video on his video, he said, Trucker Dude Brent must be lying about the money he's making because I don't see that. That lets me know that the people that left Prime that were talking about Trucker Dude Brent weren't making any money or weren't making the money that could have been made at Prime. So that I'm going to leave that there. Because saying Trucker Dude, the only reason that you would say that Trucker Dude Brent was lying or was unrealistic about the money he was making was if you weren't making that kind of money at Prime. So that I will leave out there. But in talking about Trucker Dude Brent, again, sometimes you could be in the best position ever and don't capitalize on it. And that could be out of immaturity or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So there's a couple, you know, I think that some people need to go through things. And I think he was a great, I think that, not that I'm even going to be trying to stand up for him. I think that he had a fleet manager that was more worried about shit that he didn't have to be worried about. So for example, he had a fleet manager that was nitpicking him, right? I personally would be like, you know what? I'm not going to fuck up a good thing because this jack off over here. All right, I'm going to back off and kind of conform a little bit. Now, if he had my fleet manager, he could do the shit that he would do and it probably never would have came up. But I would have probably, like, I'm not going to fuck up a career or anything or a good situation over a fucking YouTube channel. You know what I mean? To me, that was immature. And I think that I think he was a hard worker and I think he was just a little immature. I think, Rich, you should just go lease right off the bat because going working for a small fleet is just really fucking the fleet over. So just go lease, you know? unless you're going to give somebody X amount of time to do it. Like I'll I'll be with you for 5 months or 6 months or something before I go anywhere. And then you could be to the point where you look at it and say, you know what? I might be making as much money as the average lease person if you're grinding right with none of the fucking headache. Because when you guys ran over that fucking tire, nobody was asking you guys about how much, I mean, nobody was, nobody that you didn't have to worry about the money. And had you needed to get a hotel room, you wouldn't have to worry about the hotel room. All that shit was going to be handled. You know what I'm saying? So not only did I buy a used tire for a truck, I turned around and then within a week went and got another tire put on that truck. So those are things you don't got to worry about. So there is an advantage if you're with the right person that going that route isn't a bad route. I guarantee you, if you ask the average lease person, what do you make? And then you look at what Myra makes every week, chances are she's making right there with it with none of the headache. And a lot of that's on her. A lot of that's her work ethic. A lot of that's her running. But those are the facts. Okay, listen. Trucker dude Brent left for a lot of reasons. And like I said, okay, yeah. He was great and he's doing a good job. Listen, he was still immature. Okay, I'm gonna tell you this right now. If you listen, I love that, and I liked him like a lot. You know what I'm saying? I just had to kind of separate myself a little bit from that situation. But listen, if you are going out and you are at a terminal and you go downtown Salt Lake City and you get all hammered and you drive, if that would have been Colorado, you could have been riding a fucking trike and you would have got a DUI. So you're saying I'm a truck driver and I'm gonna hop on this scooter and drive all the way from downtown Salt Lake City to a terminal, and you're obviously lit up. You get in there and then you cause a scene. The fact that, man, that there's so many levels in which that could have gone a different way. Had he not been falling all over the place and all that shit, the people that overstepped or overreacted on Prime's side, the security wouldn't even have been there. Had the fucking officers came and been involved in that, all they would have said was, how did you get here from downtown? I rode a scooter. You know what? Here's a breathalyzer test. You're done. So the fact that he did a good job and all that stuff, hey, that's great. Listen, I don't ask for referrals a lot and all that kind of stuff. And some people have, a few people have used me as a referral, that kind of stuff. He was one of them. So when he left, that little quarter cent a mile and all that kind of stuff, I lost out on that shit. You know what I'm saying? So for me to be saying that, listen, he just a little immature. That's all I'm gonna say. Yes, he was doing a great job. I know it. I saw it every week. Okay, I was told you end up with your trainer's fleet manager. Yeah, you typically do end up with your fleet managers or with your trainer's fleet manager. Now, there's probably like if I didn't like that fleet manager, I might try to buck that system before I upgraded or something like that. Who's talking about Rooster? Rooster. Actually, Rooster is kind of who put. If you're talking about Red Rooster Trucking, he is who. If that's who you're talking about, I can't go that far in the comments. My eyes are a little. Red Rooster is who put me up on game back before I ordered that second truck. Oh no, that's not the same Rooster. Okay, never mind. All right, but shoot, this is lasting way longer than I thought it was going to last. So I'm about to have to. Let's see, I call you. Let the receivers. Yeah, maturity is definitely something that I gained in this business, and you can't, man. If I could say everything I wanted to say, especially to some of these shippers and receivers, and then I'm gonna tell you, me and there's a few people that have my fleet manager, Terry over at Tim Travels. If you watch his YouTube channel, we got this off-brand fleet manager that comes in every so often. And man, there are times that if I could say what I wanted to say to him, that yeah, it wouldn't be good. And so yeah, you have to have some level of maturity. You just can't come in here and do everything that you want to do. And I think that was kind of along the lines that some people want to do things. Anyway, local out of Massachusetts. Woo! And if I did it every day, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. But man, you could have Massachusetts. Boy, that'd be killing me. So I'll check you out later. I'd say. Yeah, it's getting to me right now. Nomadic Caden. You still have my vision's a little blurry though. Man, I can keep it going, but I got to get some to eat. And then I got to go to sleep because I got to meet tomorrow. Might do a video over there. Is an older lady. She's probably 60, 70. She's in her 70s. Anyway, I used to manage her in the mortgage world. And she's the one that gave me this painting, or I bought it. This painting, and then there's a painting let's see. Oh, anyway, there's some paintings around here that I had bought from her, and she used to own art galleries and shit like that. So I'm going over to her house tomorrow just to. It's been a long time since I've seen her, so go and do that and probably do a video with her. Well, this painting right here, this is a lithograph of I don't think this was all that expensive. This was actually a Spike Lee lithograph right here. But the other painting, that's some dollars over there. And you know what? Let's go walk around and take a look at some of these paintings.
No, it's not.
My fucking wife is a fucking buzzkill. Anyway, never mind.
You know what?
I'll do this shit one of these days when she's not here.
Hours, dude.
Well, what the fuck was I gonna be doing anyway besides laying the fuck down?
Don't talk to me.
Anyway, she be running her mouth.
No, you're running your mouth.
She be running
That's
her.
the problem.
She be running her mouth.
You're running your mouth.
She be running her damn mouth.
You know what? I love it so much I can't even stand it.
Anyway, all right.
There is no depth of the amount of love that I have. It is infinity.
You didn't say infinity plus infinity.
Okay, that's because it's infinity times infinity, not plus.
Whatever. Anyway, all right.
As infinity, you can go to the depths of infinity oceans. There's nobody I'd rather be with this in the entire world, but you're a fucking pain in the ass. 4 hours. Time to wrap this shit up. Love you, boo.
All right, let me get off this damn. Let me get off this anyway.
Some people have to work in the morning.
Well, it's not like they gotta go to work. Most of these guys are solar powered truckers. They got to get up at 9 in the morning, start driving when the sun's
Okay, well,
on.
I get up at 4 something in the morning.
Nobody told you to take your ass sleep. Hey, all right.
That's because you're in here. La, 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 la.
All right. Let me get off this phone. Or let me get off this. Did you have a good okay, wait,
Slapping your gum.
let me go through this. Did you get a good lady? I got the best lady in the world. I can't even believe it. I just got so actually I was gonna tell you a story about how we were so fucking broke. I think I might have to do another video about that. But that's how I know that she's down to ride and shit, because we were so fucking broke together back in the days that in order to get where I am now, it took some sacrifices that a lot of these people that are all into what things look like would not be.
Yeah, because you know what? There's a giant milestone. So we've been together since 2008. It is now 2022. This is our first vacation.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so anyway, a lot of people wouldn't go through what we had to go through to get in this situation, and
You love me because I'm the only one who put up with your ass.
well, I'd have just done it myself, but either way, it's going to happen. So I'm glad that you happened to grab a hold of them coattails and come along. You know what I mean? I'm joking.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
I love you.
Somebody was going to reap. Glad it was you.
I love you.
So anyway,
You're the best in the world.
another video.
You're the best. Ever. Ever.
Yep. Shit. So before she tells me I'm the greatest another 10 times, I'm gonna go ahead and get off of here. I was gonna do a video. You know, I'm supposed to be doing a video about how I came back from all that brokenness and everything, because I was so man, things were so bad that I'm amazed at what I was able to do. And I think a lot of people go through stuff, they just don't see the light in the tunnel. And somebody outside of this that knew me said, how did I make it through this? So I might do a video on that. If I don't know if anybody be interested in that or not, but that might be something I talk about.
Me? Did I bring you light in the darkness?
What?
I said, was it me? Did I bring you light in the darkness? Just say yes.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, I'm about to get. Anyway, I'm about to get off here. I appreciate you guys stopping by No Hippie Truck and Transportation.
Feels like he's gonna cry, guys. He's gotta go because he just loves me so much he can't even stand it.
Yeah. All right. I'm about to get out of here, go in here and lay my ass down and go to sleep. Need to have some water by my bedside because I got to soak up some of this. Anyway, I am out. Thanks for spending so much time with the brother. Damn, that's some commitment right there. I appreciate it. All right, I'm out. Let me see if I can end this.